on, because other people through the Haia system, they're going to be streaming their own perspective. So
Yes.
overall, I've played TFT with both of them in the past, so I'll be looking at them. I don't want to say I'll be judging, but looking at that, I know the fact that they've played TFT a lot, especially Cameron. I'm going to be looking at him specifically and see how he can maybe lead the charge in strategy, because there are a lot of games to be playing, and burnout probably will kick in. And it's how players can adapt to that and see, who's going to come out on top, especially with a marathon game like TFT. They are long games. They're not stressful, but your brain is constantly thinking of strategies, especially when you're at those higher levels.
And it is 5 games that they will be playing today, 5 games that you will be getting to witness here on the stream with us. Of course, this, I believe, is going out on Twitch and on Haia as well. Haia is the platform that we have partnered for with this. It's a brilliant system that means that you can sort of stream multiple feeds at one time. I was not particularly involved in the setting up of this, but I heard it was really, really easy to set up. It's a brilliant system as well, from what I've heard. So for those of you that are thinking about maybe streaming, check them out.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a good system to use, especially if you want to host events, host different, not even just esports events, just different events in general, like conferences, broadcasts. It's a good system, and I hope it does improve in the future.
I think we'll be using it a lot more in the future, especially
I think so.
Perspective games like TFT or like strategy games that we might implement. Very easy usage for that. So it's good to see that stuff that's being integrated, especially now that we're looking at games where you're having to get those perspectives, having to get so many different feeds. It's very useful. But looking at TFT as a game for today, I've got high expectations for especially the closing elements of TFT, because we are in set 9.5 right now, and set 10's just around the corner. So this is probably the last time, especially here at Staffs, for people to show the best of 9.5 as a set.
Absolutely. And I was going to say, that's something that we'll probably touch on a little bit later as well. I heard that you're quite excited for set 10.
I am. I've been in and out of queues for the PBE for the past week or so, and it's the only time I've gone and made a PBE account to play TFT. That's how excited I am for it. I usually don't do it. I usually just wait for the set, but this one's really piqued my interest. I don't know how much you've played, because I know you've recently been getting into the TFT stuff, so I'm not sure if you know much about set 10, but you're definitely...
I've seen the advertisements on the League client, but again, I've played about 8 or 9 hours over the past week, and it's piqued my interest for certain.
Yeah, especially going from 9.5, which is set that I feel as if it's a good stepping stone for TFT, bringing out some new, because you obviously had these champions that you could pick before games, and they use set point 9.5 as a way to test out a lot of things that are being implemented into set 10. So I feel as if 9.5 was used as a stepping stone to get to set 10, and it's just well integrated.
Absolutely. And are there anything that you want to highlight? Any things that you want to highlight about the set that we will be playing on today that you think is quite interesting, that sets it apart from the others?
Yeah, so with set 9.5, obviously, it's not just in-game you're thinking about, it's out-of-game. What champion you want to pick, 'cause a lot of them dictate what augments you're going to go to in the game. They're going to dictate your play style, what kind of types of champions you're going to be playing. So some, for example, Reliant Soul. Someone picks that, they're obviously going to be going for late-game play style. They're going to be leveling up heavily. But if you go for something like Vladimir, you're going to go for those heavy styles of drain your own life to make sure that you get units on the field that you're going to want to be playing out. So I feel like in and out of game, everyone's going to have a strategy.
Is there a particularly strong meta at the moment, leaning to either early game, late game? Is there one that's particularly prevalent in this patch?
I'm not sure if you've seen any of your games, what the most popular is, because I know as you're new to it, you have a different, fresher perspective what people are going in on.
From my perspective, from what I've played at the very least, what I've noticed is that Demacia is a very... the Demacia Slayer composition is very powerful, as well as Ionia and Buildwater. Those are particularly strong comps.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping we get to see those, because those are things I actually know enough about, is Demacia.
Yeah,
Ooh,
obviously
but
we're not
it
going
looks
to
like
game here.
The time for speculation is done. As you said, the game we are getting into.
Oh, yeah. So, obviously at the start of every single game, you've got the 3 portals you choose from. Food Fight Tactics, Dreaming Pool, and Streamer Bazaar.
Which are you personally?
So Shroom Bazaar is pretty good if you're going for types of team comps where you want items, which we are on. I predicted the future. Yeah, Shroom Bazaar is a very good one for, item gathering and just overall having a stronger team comp, not in terms of levels and traits, but in terms of items. So it's a lot of things being used for to dictate what type of playstyle you want to go for, whether you're going AP, tank, heavy compositions. Obviously, we're seeing right now just the mob round. We can just float around and see what people get. So obviously, we're looking at the perspective of Stimmy. They've gotten three level 2 champions already from one of the orbs, so that could already dictate what they're going. They've already got 2 Juggernauts and Ash, obviously going for that. As I said, 2 Juggernauts already on the field. It's a nice early game thing. Juggernaut basically what it does is gives every Juggernaut flat damage reduction across the board. So overall, tanky start.
Tanky start. Is that particularly aligns with how you play? Or is this...
No. I play... My favourite comps to go for right now is Noxus and Shurima. So Shurima is a lot about ascending your units. They get a bunch of Giga stats. And the same with Noxus as well. But Noxus is more heavily on getting win streaks. I know you mentioned Demacia earlier. And Demacia is all about buffing your units with magic items and making sure that armor and magic resist go across the board. So it's just dependent on what your preference is in playstyle. I know, obviously, we're seeing Stimmy here using their gold to try and roll and pick up maybe a couple of 2-stars before we get to the player versus player round, which is at 2-1. So the first 3 rounds are mob rounds. You're just building yourself up to see what you can actually build.
Yeah, I think for this early game, for the early mob rounds, we can definitely see which of the playstyles our players will be headed towards. So we can see like some people will be going for specific Juggernaut builds. We can see now we've got the augments menu. This is where, again, they can pick up an augment. They'll give you them random buffs and debuffs as well as items they can pick up for the next rounds as we head into combat.
Yeah, Stimmy picked up. They picked Earth beforehand, and they're liking to get traits and emblem traits so that they can field more of a well-diverse composition. Already picking up Demacia, so that means their Poppy right there has got a Radiant item. That's going to be really strong going into these mob rounds. And overall, a strong start for Demacia. Demacia peaks when you hit 5 Demacia and Slayer, because that's the overall composition that you're going. So having 3 already off the bat, it's a strong start. I can expect them maybe going on this higher win streak.
Yeah, that's fair. Higher win streak. I like that. I see what you did there.
Yeah, I know. See, I had a couple of things in. Cho'Gath level 2 already, and a Vel'Koz. I can't see which player has that, unfortunately, but in these first couple of rounds, you're going to see what people want to formulate as a strategy. Do you go for these heavy losing streaks to build yourself gold up and carousel priority? Or do you go for these higher win streaks, getting as much gold as you can, as much pressure as you can, having that health advantage? It's what you can see from how people want to start off in the game. And right now, Stimmy's, overall, only got level 1 units. The Kale there is going to be the priority in types of carries. If they lose here, it will feel bad for the health game, but you're only going to be losing about 2 HP, I think, maybe 3. Yeah, 4 HP lost in the early game. You prefer losing HP to the late game,
Yeah.
Early game fights, you're only going to lose between 2 to about 5 health per round, whereas in the later games, you could lose anywhere between 10 and 20 damage, depending on compositions people go for. So the losing streak format playstyle, you just lose as much health you can to make sure you get priority in carousel, build up that gold lead, and overall just try and roll to make yourself stronger for the late game.
And I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of TFTs. Like, unlike games, unlike other strategy games like Hearthstone, you can really use your health bar as a second economy source. So you're not just using your gold and XP to level up, but you can use your health as a way of building your own. As a way of building the economy in the early game, so you can really make a push in the late game procedures. It's not something you see in other strategy games.
Yeah, it's quite unique in that aspect. There's a lot of resource management that you have to think of. Most people, from a casual side of TFT, they won't necessarily see it. But for some of these players who definitely play TFT a considerable amount, they're going to be thinking about every single resource: EXP gaining, gold, losing streak, winning streak, health bar, item economy. It's all going on in their mind, and it's something that you have to constantly think about in TFT. Otherwise, you fall behind compared to the other players.
Absolutely. I do quite like that there's different ways to play this as well.
Oh yeah, there's hundreds of playstyles, hundreds of comps. It's all, you look at TFT and a lot of people say, oh, it's an RNG based gameplay. Some aspects, yes, 100% agree, NRG. But there is a lot of strategy implemented towards it, what you're rolling for, what items you're going for, what team comps you can realistically field. There's a lot of quick decision making that has to go on, and we're looking at Cameron's perspective here through Psyduck, and they're obviously also going for the Demacia. Obviously, that Galio already having a Radiant set of items. It's going to be really strong in this early game, especially once you get to Demacia 5. You start getting more Radiant items on units, more armor and magic resist, and overall a tanky position. Obviously, having a Jhin too as well. Jhin is one of the strongest early game level 1s once you get to level 2, because its ability just pretty much one-shots any unit on the field. it just snipes one of those units and gets you that already field advantage. So similar strategies coming from Stimmy and Psyduck. They're both opting for this Demacia, but that's, unfortunate because it limits the amount of units that are actually in the pool.
It's quite interesting as well because, of course, Stimmer and Cameron do play together a lot. One thing I do want to quickly point out for anyone that's wondering why maybe it looks a bit weird, Cam is playing on colorblind mode. He is, of course, colorblind, so if it looks a little bit funky, that's why. But I think it's quite nice getting to see that as well because I don't know about you guys, I'm not colorblind. I don't often put the setting on, so I think it's quite interesting as well to see these sort of features in action.
It's good to show the level of accessibility features that the game does possess as well. Like, obviously, having colorblind mode increases the amount of players that can interact with the game as a whole. It's really good to see on the perspective of Riot Games going forward.
Oh, I've just heard Cameron behind me. What a pickup. Yeah, already getting 2 Quins on the field. It's in the Demacia comp, it's one of the characters that you will field as your main carry. Having Demacia 5 already means you have 2 Radiant items, already picking up more magic resistant armor. And Cameron's got quite lucky there, because as Stimmy is also fielding Demacia, I'm not sure if anyone else on the board is also fielding it. The more you pick up units from the same comp, they get taken out the pool. That means they're harder to get in the late game, harder to get in the mid game. So the fact that you're already pushing Demacia 5 with those strong units, Cameron's going to have a whale of a time if he's going on a win streak.
Absolutely. And as we could tell, he is in the room behind us as well, so we can hear the sort of happy Cameron noises occasionally.
It was a very happy Cameron noise.
It was a very happy Cameron noise.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from...
Tell us what we're seeing.
Well, right now, you're looking at a lot of people in terms of what their main traits are going to be. A lot of people going Demacia have seen some Void. Void is one of the strongest comps that you can snowball with, because if you get emblems, you can summon big just monstrosities that can just sweep the game. There are only a couple of other forms of units that can actually make it so you can kill something called the Baron Asher. When you get Void 9, you get a big monster called Baron. And there's only really certain units that can kill it once you get strong enough, Fiora being one of them, all the 5-cost units being them. So it's just going to be seeing who adopts what kind of playstyle. We see someone already leveling up to level 5, which is good to see. You want to be about how people average it out. You want to be at least level 7 by the time you've killed wolves, which is on round 4-1. And that's when endgame begins. That's when players go, okay, I need to make my team comp accessible and strong now, otherwise you're just going to start losing 15 to 20 health every single round.
And that's not good, of course.
But right now, yeah, someone opting for a bit of a mismatch. They've gone Vanquisher 3. This is who Stimmy is playing against. They've got 3 Vanquishers. What Vanquishers does is means your ability stop critting, more damage equals more kills, and it's what you want to be seeing. Also opting with the Shen. Now, Shen is one of the most powerful defensive units of the game. They give shields, they give buffs. It's nice to see Stimmy obviously losing out here, going on a losing streak, which isn't a bad thing in the early game, as I said earlier.
At least not in the early game, losing streak's not too bad, as we're about to head into like another mob round. This is where they can get a couple more items, build up their item pool, get some gold in the pool ready. They want to be level 6 by around 3-2, 3-4, around 3-2, 3-4-ish.
Yeah, depending on strategy.
Depending on where they want to be heading.
Yeah, I can see as a Demacia player, sometimes players don't like leveling up too quickly, because the first set of Demacian units are really cheap. So the lower level you are, the more easy they are to hit, because you've all got percentages for what rarity of unit are. So a lot of players actually like to sit at 5 and just constantly pump and roll gold just so you can get these little upgrades. So it's just depending on what we're seeing. Stimmy, obviously, having Juggernaut 2, Demacia 3, Juggernaut being that flat damage reduction I talked about, which is nice. Looking at some other players. But yeah, as we stated earlier, we're only looking at 2 major perspectives right now of Stimmy and Psyduck, but you can watch the other players' perspectives too.
We have not been given the names of the higher channels that they are streaming on. Hopefully that is potentially something that we can find out in a second as well. But they are streaming their own perspectives as well, which is really nice. Gives them the opportunity to get a little bit of content out. Gives us the opportunity to... it's quite nice that we get to see the staff's representatives. I quite like that we get to see their perspective, of course. Not that they're doing incredibly right now, but as we said, sometimes you got to lose the early battles to win the war.
I mean, I'd argue at least from Psylocke's perspective, they're in a very good driving position. Once you get hit Demacia 7, which is only 2 more units away from them, that's when you really start to just go on a win streak. But if you don't get the item upgrades for Demacia and them being cheap and expensive, they have a very... thing with Demacia is they have a very finite curve. You either go and get all the lower cost units upgraded, or you save and get the higher cost units upgraded. And that's the different place how you can go with Demacia. I'd love to see what other players are going as we see another augment round come in, Jeweled Lotus Void Crest. Now, if I was being Stimmy here, you could fully go into Void. You've already got one Void Emblem, pick up another Void Emblem, and you get Void 9 very, very quickly, already getting that giant Baron Nashor. That's what I would do in this situation. That's what they've gone for.
At least in this, we're coming into the mid-rounds now, and this is where you hope that each player has their specific classes in mind. So, like, as we can see, Void, Juggernaut, that's what Stimmy needs to be focusing on going forward now. And really, like, you want to reroll for the Voids, you want to level up to level 6 at some point before 4-1, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at level 5 isn't necessarily bad. If I was in Stimmy's position, I would wait one more round and then just start using gold to level up. Once you hit level 7, just start rolling through these little voidlings, and that's the easiest way to get to Void 9, and that's probably the end game result that Stimmy wants to go for. On the other side, Cameron wants to go for this heavy Demacia comp. It does look like so. We'll just have to see, going into the late game once we hit 4-1, who's in a better spot going into this late game. Because right now, Stimmy's sitting at 75 health. It's not a bad position, but it's not necessarily a good position. You want to be a little bit more healthy, because if you start losing more runs here, if you get below 50 HP when you get to round 4-1, you're really on the losing end. And if you can't pick yourself back up, that's when you start to just fall behind incredibly.
It's very much middle of the pack sort of thing. So with the way we're structuring this, unlike ranked where top 4 will give you your XP bonuses, we're doing this on a points-based system, so ideally you want to be in that top 2, top 3 to have a good standing going forward into the later games.
Yeah.
We are playing 5 games today, so first place will get 8 points and so on and so forth. So if you're in that middle of the pack, you finish like 5th or 6th, that's not going to give you the best chance going forward, and it might be a hindrance in that later games.
Ooh.
Where, like, say if you're in that top 3, but you have a 6th place finish, whereas everyone else in that top 3 are consistently hitting that, you're going to be at a very, very much a disadvantage going forward in the points brackets.
Yeah, I'm liking what the two people on screen right now. It's Stimmy and the person, I believe that's only one place ahead of them, was in 6th place. What they've done is they've both gone a Void comp. Now, Stimmy's on the advantage due to the fact that they have the Rift Herald right now. Rift Herald is the level 6 upgrade for Void. Once you hit level 9, you get the big purple worm of doom called the Baron Nashor, and that's what you're aiming for. But they just versed another person with Void who has the higher cost upgrade units, like Kaiser. That's what you've got to be hitting from Stimmy's perspective. But it's nice to see that they're fighting back. They just went from 8th place to 4th. So on that health curve, it's very good. And we see, obviously, Psyduck now, when you get a Flame Border, that means you're on a 5-game win streak. They're soaring into the lead.
Absolutely. I do quickly just want to point out, we did say that the others are streaming their perspective. You can go find that on event.haia.live/event 845. That is Haia, Haia, and I'll say that one more time, event.haia.live/event/845. So that is where you can go if you want to watch the perspective of some of the esports Wales lot. They have fronted 6 players for this as well. So they'll be quite interesting ones to watch, because I think they'll be playing a little bit differently to what we're getting to see. You'll get to see a very different side of the story over there.
Oh yeah, I feel like a lot of the Wales lot, as they've been drafted forward, they've probably got a well-rounded TFT knowledge collectively. And that's something that you can't really apply when you're in a solo game. You can't look at your opponents and be like, oh yeah, I know how you're going to play. Whereas this they've probably all played together in a similar aspect, so they probably know what team comps they favour.
Psychological warfare as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing the person in 2nd place. I can't read their name, unfortunately. I'm sure you can on screen. They're opting for this Shuriman comp. Now, Shuriman is one of my favourite comps. What they do is they choose specific units, or all your units, and just give them a dramatic increase in all their stats: health regen, damage, attack speed. So it's an overall just flat buff to your team, and it's one of the strongest comps in the set, as long as you pair it with something damaging, say, like strategists, but they are outright beating Stimmy, which I was very surprised because they look like in the losing seat. But they've got a Cassiopeia with a dual gauntlet, so that means that's going to pump out so much magic damage. It's kind of crazy to deal with, especially in the early game. But we're now hitting the next mob round after this round, so we're going to see who has their team comp formatted and who actually is going to go into the late game in a better position. I'm looking at the likes of the person in first, so obviously Cameron, they've gone through the Aurelian Soul, like I said, in draft, which is going to be focused on leveling up, so he's obviously going to be focusing on getting a lot more units and just swarming the enemies, whereas a lot of other people, they've got their comps out. We're looking at Bastion, which is a very nice composition to go if you're wanting those tankier units. We're seeing who they're playing against. Yeah, someone else has just gone Void, Stimmy, and Psyduck. They're cruising, I want to say. They're not dramatically going over and above in terms of what their team comp's fielding or their winning streaks, but they're in a nice position where you're probably going to get around 4-5, and they're going to be at least within top 4, I would say. That's my prediction. I could be completely wrong, and some of these Wales lot could come around and turn around with this Giga OP strategy they found, but we'll just have to see.
We will indeed. And it's quite nice. I've seen a lot of esports worlds around and stuff. Of course, mostly run in the FPS circles where there's quite a lot of involvement in things like CS. I've not really been around the league scene much. The Riot Games scene, I'm usually stuck on Valorant.
Yeah, I see. I'm
You're
I
a
grew up
TFT
with
boy.
I've grew up with all the Riot genres. Each time there's a release, I will funnel my time into it.
Ooh, how do you feel about that? Because of course they've got the fighter game in the works. They've got an RPG in the works. How do you feel
I'm
about that?
so excited.
For which one? For which bit?
All of them. I
Ooh.
will play all of them. I know me and you talked before, Ian, about fighting games in general, and the Riot fighting game does look like it'll be a blast. Like, hopefully we'll get a release date soon. Because it was previously at EVO, and people have such good high reviews of it as a tag fighting game, so we'll just have to see. I'm just excited for all of them.
I've not seen too much about the Riot fighting game, but if it's hosting like a tag format like, say, an Ultimate vs. Capcom or a Blaze Blue cross-tag battle, that'd be very interesting to see coming forward. Riot Games do have a tendency of taking what works and then innovating on that. They've done it, again, with League has become... very much one of the most popular esports in the world now, taking on that MOBA style, and of course Valorant in the past couple of years taking on the tactical FPS.
As one of the giants as well. You look at CS2 and you look at Valorant and you instantly go, yes, these are probably the most popular games in the world right now. I'd argue, because you're from a CS background.
I am CS girly. Born to CS, forced to Valorant, I believe is what it is. But I like both of them. CS2 is in a weird place right now, so I'm leaning a bit towards the Valorant at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a big Riot Games fan. Arcane Season 2 got announced.
Oh.
I'm kind of annoyed that it's a whole other year away, because I've been on the edge of my seat since Season 1 ended. But I'm really loving the multimedia stuff that Riot Games is sort of putting out here. I love the sort of cinematics of Valorant. I love the music that they're putting out for the league. I am curious if we're going to get like a boy band from the new fighter game. I think that would be quite amusing.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I've been loving my Riot Games stuff recently.
Yeah, especially with TFT. I've been playing TFT since the start. Obviously, I started on a thing called Dota. I think it's Dota Underlords.
Oh,
Dota Underlords was the first.
Yeah, and then
you're old.
Oh well, okay.
Yeah.
Let's not say I'm old. I'm probably one of the youngest in the course still, even though I am a third year. But you kind of look at it and go, okay, I came into TFT. I've been through all of the sets. I've played every single set, and it just keeps on improving. Especially in the set we were in 9.5, like the traits, the comps, they just improve on how the strategy games can be played. Look at this one like Psyduck right now, Demacia 5, Bastion 2, Slayer 2. Perfectly well-rounded comp. You've got the radiant items, you've got the defense, you've got the offense. If you look at Demacia, you're looking at, okay, it's a jack of all trades comp. You can go from anywhere to anywhere. You could go heavy AP damage, heavy AD damage, but going into someone who's actually running Vanquisher, I believe they've got Vanquisher 5 right now. I think they need one more Vanquisher. That crit damage is just going to constantly scale. Like, Vanquishers, when you look at it, it was a comp that was introduced from set 9.5. It wasn't originally in the set 9. They've introduced it in set 9.5. And Vanquish is the one that goes kind of under the radar. You don't expect it to do that well. And then out of the blue, you've got these high damage scaling numbers like the Xayah, like the Jhin, who just kind of clean up on any types of team comps. Looking at Stimmy here, got the Void 7 and, running Bastion, Bruiser, Multicaster, Challenger, and Sorcerer. So they've kind of opted for having Void as the main thing they're focusing on, and then they've kind of added really small buffs to their team. And that's another strategy I like to see implemented, having a main focus and then having little subsections that you just pile onto and try and make your team well-rounded. Because that's the difficulty in TFT. You see a lot of players going into one set completely heavily and not focusing on the other aspects, and then they get cleaned at the end of the game and like, why did I lose? Oh, it's because you didn't really well-round your team. And that's the main focus that a lot of low elo and middling elos love to do. They like to focus on one aspect of a team comp, whereas a lot of high-level players, they like to focus on every well-rounded aspect to try and scale into the late game.
So we'll say though about this though is they are sitting at around 32 health and
Yeah, that's a danger number.
That's the danger. They're in the danger zone right now. So maybe it's a case of they've spread themselves a little too thin here with the team comp. As we see, like with Psyduck, he's focused on Demacia and the Slayers portion of things. So he's focused on 2 to 3.
I think
comps rather than
He's
6
got
or 7.
loads of health
Yeah,
left.
Psyduck's lost one round.
Yep.
And we're on round 4-4, so if we take away 3 mob rounds, they've won like over, I think they're on a 10-game win streak, I want to say, a 10-round win streak
Damn.
about. So Psyduck, obviously, with the well-rounded team comp, they've gone aggressive already. We're looking at someone else having a win streak. I believe that's the Lux player. They've got a Flaming Ball. They're on a win streak. So those top 4 players right now are the ones you got to watch. Although the top 3, they're on a healthy amount of, HP. The others, they're kind of falling behind. Once you hit about 30 HP, in 2 rounds, you could just be wiped out the game at this stage.
Yeah, we were talking about it. 15 to 20 damage is what you can start to be expecting soon. And that's not comfortable.
Okay. I've just noticed Stimmy's gone to, I think that's level 9, unless they have they have a Tactician's Crown. So what that does is you're allowed to put another unit on the field. They're level 8 right now, and they've already hit an Aatrox with a Void Emblem. Now, Aatrox is in a funny position. When you play against them, even in solo queue from my perspective, it can either go really well or really badly when you're fielding Aatrox.
From my experience, fielding Aatroxes tend to net me wins in battle. They tend to be the last ones alive. They have a good amount of health. They're pretty high cost as well. So you'd hope that you'd hope that they're strong enough to carry you through the battles that you might not be you might be struggling without them.
But I do see this Lux player. They've giga stacked one of their units. I saw about a Titans and a Bloodthirster. They've kind of opted. I couldn't see what unit was, unfortunately, because they died really quickly from the Rift Herald charge. But Stimmy, again, needs 2 more units. I believe it's just the Belveth and the How have they not? Okay, I've got to criticize Stimmy there. How have you not picked up the Malzahar? That is the 1-cost unit you could get at the start of the game, and they just need it right now to get to that Void 9 alongside Belveth. And unfortunately, if they don't hit it, I feel like the health is going to disappear completely. In another turn of events, I believe Psyduck's actually lost around there. I want to see who they lost to, but that's unfortunate. Their winning streak obviously sets them back a bit in terms of gold funneling, but they can build themselves back up. They've got over 80 HP to do so.
They're in a very good position. They've just picked up a 2-star Mordekaiser as well, which is, I believe, a pretty strong piece to the puzzle for his particular team composition.
Oh my, what?
Jesus.
16 damage? Okay, that's, the first 2 players eliminated from the game only at 4-6. We're usually seeing people get eliminated, in the later stages, at least in the 5s, but 4-6 already, that's massive damage from Stimmy. And obviously we're on to Raptors now, so these are late game comps. Everyone's going to be going to level 8, level 9, and we're going to see a bit of a madness, a bit of a brawl, especially in what kinds of team comps people are going. So I'd be very worried if you're below 30 HP at this point. Stimmy's on the fine line.
Yeah, they're riding a very fine line with this. As I mentioned before, maybe they could be spreading themselves a little thin with this team composition. They do have a lot of pieces, but they are a lot of 2s and 1s rather than, as we see with the Void, they've got the 7 Void. That's very healthy for them, but the rest of them need a bit of buffing. Yeah,
Stimmy, either in the strategy that you're going here, you either try and roll and hit these other 2 Void units, or you probably just end up funneling into 4th place. That's how I can see it's going. Obviously, we see Psyduck there, running the Aurelion Souls, gone to level 8. I already see Belveth in shop. I don't know if they have a Malzahar in their bench. They don't, and they need it. Okay, so funny thing about Belveth is it can be one of the strongest AD carries in the game. as long as they funnel the correct items, they've got a lot of items on the board. I want to see what they actually build on it, though, because you just want to funnel complete AD into it, and it can be an absolute monster. But they're missing the Malzahar. If they don't hit this Void 9 because they missed a 1-cost unit from the start of the game, oh, never mind. They've got Baron Nashor. They obviously found another Void emblem, which is great. So, Baron Nashor is a game-ending unit. You know, you get it when you hit Void 8, and it just destroys team comps. You can already see it. It has 3 cycling abilities, which all do ridiculous amount of damage, and it does just clean board. Stimmy in a very good position now. 32 HP, but hit the winning streak.
We've hit. They're still on 32 HP. They've been on that for quite a number of rounds now, and they're now in a very powerful position going forward. They could make that late game charge going into the final couple of rounds. But currently, like right now, with the state of the game as it is, I don't see Psyduck throwing this lead.
Whoa, hold on. This is Cameron we're on about. There's still time.
There's still time to throw, but if you're in Demacia, it's a very easy,
Yeah.
composition to run. If we can flick to Psyduck and actually see where they're at, if they've hit Demacia 7 right now, then I feel as if they could just win it outright as long as they're starting to hit these.
Or at the very least, get top 2.
Yeah, and obviously, if you're playing TFT rank, you want to hit top 4, but in a type of composition style like this, you want to be hitting at least top 3 to get as many points as you can. Yeah, so there you go. Psyduck hitting Demacia 7, Slayer 3. Want to go maybe for Slayer 4 just to get that little bit more damage, but they've got their team comp really sound well-rounded, opting for a tank Mordekaiser to try and, create that beefy front line, whereas we see that Quinn has got full 3 items, 1 Radiant item. That's the main damage dealer. If they can beat this Vanquisher comp, I feel as if that's the only threat to them. But Vanquishers just... Oh, okay. Wasn't expecting that from my point of view. The Vanquishers...
That was a big shock, to be honest.
Yeah.
Demacia Slayer is typically one of the more meta builds, so maybe that's what Cameron's opted for this tournament if they do want to take the win.
Yeah, opting for meta, but there are...
But the thing with opting for meta is you can easily anti-strat against that.
Yeah, just seeing Cameron pick up the Fiora 2, one of the strongest 4-cost units in the game. Hits the vitals, gets true damage, insane amount of healing. It can overall just turn team fights being a 1v9 absolute monster. But we are only seeing 5 players remaining, another one lost in the last round. So, once another player falls behind, you've got the top 4 left. And that's usually when you look at TFT, you're like, okay, I've won this round of TFT as long as you get above top 4. So players will be happy in their performance right now, especially in round 1. Because with another 4 games to go, this is where you're going to see people try and, look at what people preference. Probably after game 2, you're going to look at a play and be like, I know what comp they're going to run this game.
Okay, it's a mental thing coming into this as well. Like, these early games, you want to piece together the different strategies and styles that each of the players want to play. As we've noticed, all 3 of the players so far eliminated have been from Esports Wales. We still have our 2 Staffs Uni representatives. And these 2 players, they play against each other constantly. So
They play with each other as well, which I think is quite interesting. Cause
they practice together, they strat together, they know how each other plays. So going for them to be in the top 4 at the very least, that's a strong position from them to at least battle for that top 2.
True.
Going into the later rounds.
Now, Carousel, talk us through it.
Okay, so if I was in Cameron's position right now, you'd probably just want to opt for a tank item. You've got the damage in the backline. You just want to opt for maybe picking up... there's not really many tank items on the board. They're all damage units or emblems. So maybe even opt to get that... I would opt for the Gunblade. It gives you good healing, good damage options. If I was Stimmy, you just want to opt for anything at this point. As long as you roll with a damage item to give to one of your carries, Baron will just carry you the rest of the way. Stimmy falling down to 9 HP, though...
Scary.
One more loss and they're out. Cameron, 72 HP. You're breezing through this. Hit level. Your options are to hit level 9, roll down with a bunch of gold, and just hit these high cost units. So overall, I do see Psyduck winning outright because last round they did 17 damage to the Lux icon player. So it's a very nice position for one of our stats representative, but Stimmy's on a nice edge.
He's on his deathbed here. He has to be very careful. Although having said that, we saw him set 32 HP pretty comfortably for a while, so he might be good for the long run. But
yeah, it's Stimmy versus Psyduck now, so we could see some staffs on staffs brutality. We'll see who actually comes out on top. Baron Nashor doing a lot of cleanup work alongside the Aatrox, but that Fiora is what you've got to watch out for. It's just a healing and damage, true damage menace. just want to see the Cassante. Okay, so what I like about what Stimmy's done is they've opted for a Cassante and Aatrox, 2 5-cost units that can just change the tide in battle, and it's just left Cameron with 1 unit available. Can they clutch in a 1v3 against all these strong units? Maybe.
Very unlikely, I reckon.
You say that, but Fiora's just
Fiora's
cleaned
just
house.
killed it.
Oh no! Is that 1 HP? Stimmy survives on 1 HP.
No
Cameron almost
shot.
knocked them out. But
1 HP in a dream.
that means they outright survive, and that's a top 4 finish for Stimmy, though.
That's a very good top 4 finish. It's a good way to start.
He's not done yet.
But
He's not done yet, but the other 2 players from Wales, they have very strong compositions. The fact that they've outright lasted this long, and I believe the person in second has taken down a couple of rounds from Psyduck, so it's still a close game. I feel like Stimmy hopefully can pick up a 3rd place as long as they beat this Lux player who's opting for the very strong Shuriman comp. We'll just have to see who they go up against. Okay, they're going against the Nico pylon, so what you do with this kind of strategy with this Nico is you fully stack them as like this crazy tank damage dealer, and you hope that they carry battles. If they can't, then it's, you know, your strategy kind of falls behind. Baron, you know, cleaning house here, just trying to do as much damage as possible. Aatrox still alive. I don't understand how they're still alive. And Cameron losing to the person in second.
I could just hear Cameron screaming in the background.
It's exactly as I said. The
So-
person is second on that win streak.
what I mentioned before about Cameron not throwing, this might.
Sorry,
I'm not
I
commentating.
don't know if they can hear in the background. We heard no, no, and now we can hear no, 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 no.
It's the It's the epic
What's happening
Star
here?
Guardian finisher. Stimmy gets knocked out by the giant Lux explosion. You know, taking 4th place though, it's commendable in the first.
It's a
That is
respectable
commendable.
first round.
Yeah, and you know, the scariest person is the Wales representative is second though. They've just gone on a win streak in the top 4. That usually means that they're outright just stronger than the other 2. So the strategy here is to try and hit level 9, try and roll as much gold as you can to pick up as many upgrades, like for level 4 costs. That's the only way you can probably kill the Shuriman composition that the second person is drafting. I'm not sure what the Lux players drafted, though, other than the Nico. I'm not sure what else is on the board that really buffs their team comp all too well.
I think it's quite interesting because it's something we talked about how Cameron was very dominantly in the lead for so long, but that being first place is not what matters in the long run, is it? It can be
No.
quite misleading.
I've seen players... I've done, and I have seen players many a times go all the way to 1 HP and just destroy 5 other players. It just depending on how your game is going and what you're thinking about throughout the entire game. If your plan is to lose a bunch so that you can get so much gold and surprise players with how strong your comp is, it's such a valid strategy. You come out on 1 HP. Yes, it's a danger because if you lose one, you're out the game. But having that gold advantage and maybe funneling resources and not thinking about health, it's just valid. As we're seeing Psyduck here go up against the Lux player that took out Stimmy, we're looking maybe at a vengeance story, because if Cameron wins this round with flying colours, they could actually kill the Lux player outright.
And it would be a very good thing for Cameron because that would be a top 2 finish, which it's ideal. Ideally, you take the win, you take the 8 points, but it's not looking great.
It's looking quite even. The only issue is that Nico level 3 is just fully stacked. They've got the tank stats, they've got the healing, they've got the dual gauntlet for damage. If Cameron wins this outright, it's a top 2 finish, which I think they do. Yes,
Yeah,
there you go.
that's a top 2 finish for Cameron.
There you go.
Good to see representing Staff's uni.
But now here's the difficult thing. If you're in Psyduck's position, you kind of look at it against the other player against. They're still on a winning streak, and they've just picked up Azir level 2. You've kind of got to look at their board and feel as if the Shurima comp might just win outright unless you pick up these unit upgrades. They've picked up the Rise, which is a very strong 5-cost unit, as long as you get the correct items on it. And right now, Cameron has no items on it. So they're still opting to just have this beefy frontline, and hopefully that Quinn can sweep the rest of the field. I would love to take a look at the second place person, just to see what they field.
As we've mentioned before, like TFT can be a game where you can realistically play the long game. Maybe I'm thinking for some of the players in like 3rd, 4th and 5th, maybe they're seeing this as not just the case of playing each individual game as the long game, but playing the entire tournament in the long run. So that they take these early mid-round, middle of the pack finishes and keep themselves from burning out too early.
Yeah.
Matt, you look distressed.
Yeah, I'm a little distressed. I did just watch the 5-cost Cassante just knock 4 units off the board. They have a funny ability where they chuck an enemy in the air and they shoot it off in a direction. If they fly off the board, they instantly die.
Oh, Oh.
So what the Cassandra just did to Cameron was pick up all his strongest units and fling them off the map.
That's
I can hear
incredibly
Cameron in the
funny.
background, and he does not sound happy about
No.
that.
Well, he won't be, because you look at the strongest characters on the field. It's the Führer and Mordekaiser, and they both just got picked up and chucked off the map.
Is it RNG based or
No, it's dependent on. So how the Cassante ability works is, whichever way he's facing, he will knock them up in the air and fling them in that direction. So, if that character is unfortunately near the edge of the map, I think if it's 2 tiles from the edge of the map, Cassante will just pick it up and just fling you off the map. Look, you see it here. Just flung one of the units, and he's already moved into the backline. You'll probably see it again as they're running a lot of heavy AP. They just pick something up, fling it off the map, and just carry on.
It's interesting to learn about, because you wouldn't typically see this as having environmental impacts.
Boom,
Like seeing
see?
the board of it.
They've just killed off the Fiora from picking up and destroying, but Cameron has had a very good show in this round, actually.
Yes, he
They've-
has fallen down to second though, in terms of health.
Yeah, attempts of health, but the issue is it's going to be very coin flippy from now on. If you can't get the item upgrades, look, they're going blow for blow. Cameron winning outright on that round, doing 18 or 16 damage. It's crazy. So both
back into the
players,
lead.
yeah, both players are in a position where if you lose the next 2 or 2 rounds outright, you lose the game. So it's do or die. It's depending on the carousel. Let's see what they pick up.
They'll be going blow for blow now, but again, I think both players will be happy for a top 2 in round 1. 7 points
No,
is
Cameron
still
won't.
respectable.
Cameron's going for the win.
Cameron's
Yeah.
going for the win. If they can get it, is another shout, because the other player has just picked up a Shuriman emblem, and that means they can give it to another unit, which just buffs them with the Shurima buff. So a very good strategy to implement would be to just give as many units as you can the Shurima emblem, so that it just gives them all these just excess of stats to just try and force your way into a position where you can just take out other units. Cameron, however, hitting a level 2 Aatrox and a level 2 Rise. Okay, 5-cost units are deadly in this game as soon as you hit 3-star. When they hit 2-star, you know, they're very potent nonetheless. So we'll just see how this matchup goes, because those 2 upgrades that Cameron just picked up, they're game-ending. In my opinion, at least. We'll see what the other player has to offer, though, because that Azir in the backline just shreds incredibly well.
Does indeed. It looks like another good show from Cameron here, though.
It does. I feel as if those 2 upgrades that Cameron picked up has just won him the game. I'd love to
Potentially, yeah.
argue. Cassante flinging another unit off the board. I love it when that happens. But yeah, Cameron coming out on top again, unless this Azir can go absolutely crazy.
As we
Oh,
spoke
it
about,
does. No, that's the worst case scenario for Cameron.
that's incredibly unlucky. As we mentioned before, the Aatrox can be very sort of coin flippy. Like sometimes it could be completely game ending, sometimes it can just completely flop. As we saw there, the Aatrox, yeah, it's powerful, but it just got outright beat, and that's not what Cameron really wants to be seeing in this very late game. We will be seeing, more than likely, we'll be seeing the 7s, these 7 series. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not all bad for Cameron.
it's not terrible.
They didn't lose. They only lost 1 unit. So how damage works in TFT is you lose health depending on unit star, round, and amount of units on the field. And he only lost a slither of health, so that means they're still in a position where they can still lose 2 rounds and be fine. The only reason he lost was because this Azir in the backline is fully stacked, level 2, and just has so many soldiers out on the field which are doing so much damage. The only way really you can deal with the Azir is have a unit that dives into the backline like a Cassante to just try and outright kill them. Right now they can't, so it just magically shreds through the whole of Cameron's field, and that's what's happening right again. Cassante flings off the most tankiest unit Cameron has, and another
again.
one. Oh yeah. So I was talking about it going from bad to worse for Cameron. I was trying to look at the positives in this situation, but there are no right now. He's on 13 HP. 1 more round and you lose the game, and that Azir is just doing so much damage.
Fortunately, we do have another mob round. This will be the final one, because we are in the we're on the bottom 2. So hopefully, any items pulled from this can change the tide of battle. What items would Cameron realistically need to change the tides of this? Because it's not looking good right now.
Okay. If I was Cameron, I'd be praying for a blue buff for Rise, so they can cast their ability more times, and another damage item for Rise, because as what Rise does is their ability changes depending on what portal you picked at the start of the game. And right now it gives you a massive tornado. They didn't really get any good items. The Morel Anomicon, slap it on Rise, you might as well give him a bit more damage and a bit more burn, but other than that, it wasn't a good mob round for him. Overall, I feel as if Cameron, you've got to deal with the Azir in the backline, otherwise you just outright lose the game, and that's the job of the Furor. And if they can't do it this round and show that they can still go toe-to-toe like they did in 2 rounds ago, it's just looking dire. But I would not be, unhappy with a second place finish on round one.
No, especially again, we've mentioned it's round one. We've got 5 rounds. If you can consistently top in that top 2, top 3, you have a very good chance of winning
Yeah.
this. Especially if, say, the first place player here, like they might have a terrible like round 2 or round 3. They might end up in the bottom 8. And
I'm just loving this Cassante. He's just picking people up and
How do you
across the map.
counter this, or do you just
You just
let
have to.
it
You just
run
have to.
over you?
You just have to let it kind of hit you, and then you have to kill it. As soon as Cassante lands on the floor, that's when you have to. There you go, Cameron. Easy win for the just. How much damage was that? Crazy amount. So now we're in what we like to call sudden death. If you lose one round, both sides. This is the final round. 7-2 is usually when games end.
Okay.
So they're both on such low HP. Cameron coming out on top in that last round. Both players on such low HP. I don't want to say it's kind of a coin flip situation because both comps are so strong. At this point, it's both players headbutting each other until one of them passes out. That's all that we're seeing right now
I
because
love
they
that analogy.
both have such strong comps. That's all they can do. They can just hope that the positioning is correct and that units get the ability uses that they want. Otherwise, it's just game over. And here we are going into the final round. Does the Shuriman comp or the Demacia comp come out on top?
I think it all depends on whether the Cassante gets a good
Well, they've
throw
picked,
or not.
yeah,
Like if they can get a couple off the board early, it's pretty much going to be game over because the Azir is just dominating from the back lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Fiora dodged it, but died in the end. Azir still picking up that attack speed, getting that damage. Casante's still alive. I don't understand how this is even possible. They didn't pick up the Rise, though. They picked up the Rise. Gets flung across the map. Azir is still alive. It's looking quite... there you go.
Yeah, that's game.
Game 1. Cameron showing a good performance, but game 1 going to a representative from Wales. It didn't pick up the username, but those final 2 players just showed that they're probably the most experienced. They know how to play in the late game and the early game because they both were just on win streak after win streak. And that's something nice to see, that we have 2 experienced players showing the way in round 1.
Absolutely, and I really like to see that. It was really nice. There's a lot that we can learn from that as well as they get into the later games. The first, second game, finding your feet. By
There you
maybe
go.
the 4th and 5th game, you start to pick up on some of the niches of how your opponents are playing, especially when you play the same 6 opponents in their case every single game. It will be quite interesting to see how they sort of adapt to that as well. But a 2nd and a 4th place it is. So it's Clarky Josh 14 that took the lead. And then Psyduck, of course, coming 2nd. Namjibot?
Namjibot, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Namjibot would make sense.
Stimmy, you got Vivian. Overall, you want to look at round 1 and look at the top 5 players, what they run as the first round comp, and you can pretty much, if you've got a strong comp that you showed the first round, you don't want to be running it again unless you get the cards in your favour. Because if you're looking at Psyduck's comp, they just ran Demasia's, got really lucky with, I think it was a round 2-3 double Quinn. That instantly means that you run Demasia's. So judging on what you're going to be doing first round, you don't want to replicate it. You don't want to show all your cards and what strategies you have to plan.
Not.
So going into round 2, I feel as if a lot more people are gonna show up. I'd like to see some of the
They're
people
going to
in
show
the
their
bottom half.
true colours, their true strategies.
Yeah.
Yes.
True ability coming into this round 2 and 3. I reckon this would be where you really need to see some consistency now. Coming from each player, like you want to see anyone in the top 4 needs to get on a top 4 finish.
Yeah.
Now, that is going to be all from this game. I think we've talked enough. We're going to let you guys go have a little bit of a break. The next game will be starting at 4 p.m. So go grab a drink, go grab a snack, and we'll see you very shortly for game 2 of 5. Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody. We have just finished game number 1 of 5 for our TFT Haia Esports Wales Challenge.
Yeah, game 1 obviously going in a way that I predicted. The top 2 people that were on a winning streak since probably round 2-3, they just showed their dominance and showed that they are experienced and know how to go into the late game, and it just showed it. Psyduck falling at the last hurdle, thought there was a comeback going on, but it's just a coin flip at that situation when you get to round 7-2.
Yeah, I mentioned about midway through the game, I was like, Psyduck really can't throw this. So sorry to Cameron for that.
And then I turned around and went, it's Cameron.
Yeah.
It's just watch.
I wouldn't say it was a throw. I'd say for what resources Psyduck had, they did really well.
It was an impressive performance nonetheless. Like, still top
Game
2 in the
number
first round.
Yeah.
It's good to say.
Game number 1, which means going into game number 2, everyone's got a little bit more of an idea of what they're up against. Now, I believe there's been a gentleman's agreement about playing Earth.
Yes, so what that means is Earth is one of the legends you can pick at the start of the game. What it does is it increases your chances of getting augments that alter the emblems you get. So that could mean that your team comps just get really, really strong. It's arguably the best legend in the game to pick in the pre-game. It just gives your team comp that well-roundedness, and they've just agreed to not run it, just so it's a bit more fair in that type of behavior.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are still other champs that are so much stronger than the others, but Earth is just ridiculously strong right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gentleman's agreement. The words that I believe we used to describe were overpowered.
In solo queue, it's the one to go for.
Yeah. So what's going to be happening going into this one is I've talked to Cameron and to Stimoy as well, and Stimoy seems very confident going into this. As we said, going into game number 2, they've got a bit more of an idea of what's going on as well. What would you like to see done differently by our 2 friends that we're getting to watch?
Oh, I'll let you answer that first. Just because I have a well-rounded idea of what Stimmy should go for. I've got to think a little bit harder for Psyduck.
I'd say, switch it up from the Demacia playstyle. I wouldn't go for that specific Demacia slide build again. I'd switch to more of a Shurima or Ionia build. But, don't stick to what you played in round 1. Switched up a bit round 2, and then if it goes wrong in round 2, you've at least got round 3, 4, 5 to go back to what you know.
Yeah, I'd say depending on the what augments you get and what characters you get from the start of the game all the way to about round 3-2, that usually depicts what comp you're going. So if you get another Demacia 7 by round 4-1, I say go for it. But for the likes of Stimmy, as you don't have Earth anymore, you're really less likely to get Baron Nashor. So what I would do is opt for a more less risky pick, but one of the more powerful ones. So either opt for a a strong snowbally comp like Noxus, a safe pick like Shurima, or as you said, Ionia. Ionia is one that's gone under the radar. It got nerfed quite heavily from set 9 to 9.5, but you pair it with the Vanquishers, which we also did see, and it makes a nice, well-rounded comp that if you get the upgrades, it's just really strong.
What did they nerf about them?
So what they did with Ionia is they increased the curve at getting Ionias. A lot of them are now 4-star 4-cost units. RE being the 5-1 if you want to get 6 Ionia, which is where you're the strongest one. And also, the strongest Ionia emblem trait you can get is when it gets to level, I think it's 9 or 8, I can't remember. And it's really hard to get to because you need 2 emblems. And now as you can't play Earth, it makes it harder to get that power creep curve. So it's just harder to play Ionia in a sense that in the previous set, you could get 3 Ionias before the player rounds even start, and you can just run with it. But now it's much harder to do that. And item optimization as well. A lot of Ionias, you either go for a tank comp, an attack damage comp, or an AP magic comp. You can't go all three like you can with Shurima or Noxus. You have to pick one and roll with it. Otherwise, Ionia just falls off really hard in the late game.
Absolutely. Now, I'm very excited to see this. We should be heading into the game relatively soon as well. Now, talk to us about the fact that there are still 4 more games ahead. You know, the first game went on for quite a while. Talk us through sort of fatigue, where you start to see that setting in, and what it's like playing 5 in a row.
I've been on, I think the longest grind on TFT I played, I think, 10 hours in a row. And at the end of that, I did want to turn my brain off and just go to bed. It's not like a game like Val, CS, or League where you're constantly in high-pressure situations. It's one of those games where it is relaxing, but you've got to be constantly thinking about everything. It's not a stressful game. It's a very thinky game and a lot of information to digest.
There's a very subtle mental fatigue that can come in after you've played like 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah,
We won't be playing for 8 or 9 hours. I'm telling you now, I will not be here for 8 or 9 hours.
If you binge this game, you could very easily fall short at the very end of the very end of the tournament and completely lose focus on that you do not want to tilt.
Where does the tilt
later rounds.
What game are we going to start seeing the tilting? 3.
Honestly, maybe this round.
I'm only saying 3 because the first 2 games of TT, they're going to be, the rounds where you kind of looking at people and you're like, okay, this is how these people play. It's going to be fine. And you get to round 3 and you've been stomped 3 times by the same composition. You just don't want to do that anymore.
Talking of being stomped by the same team composition, I believe game number 2 is ready.
We'll just see what they're going to. But no, what the interesting thing about TFT is it doesn't feel like a game that you tilt at. But when you're not hitting your units, you're not hitting your emblems, and you're getting stomped by the same person over and over again, it gets so repetitive, and you drive yourself mad with frustration.
Losing to RNG is one of the most frustrating things about video games in general. Like, it's not something you can control, but you can manipulate it to your advantage. High-level TFT players will know how to manipulate the legend pool to their perspective and the item pool for what they want, especially when the later carousels come.
I'm liking that everyone's going on the Rat Town. So we're going to Rat Town. As they added Bilgewater into 9.5, I'm not necessarily sure what all the portals do in terms of Bilgewater, but I think Rat Town, I think it gives you more access to different types of like item carousels. So
Okay.
I think I think Rat Town gives you those more specific item shops that you can get later into the game. Just going to see what they field. Cassiopeia is one of my favorite units in this game. It's Noxus and Shurima. So it's one of the ones where you can, Noxus and Shurima, they pair really, really well together just because of that one unit. Which is obviously what items you get. Stimmy here. Getting a Jinx. Now, Jinx, the Zornite trait that you get from Jinx, it got nerfed into the ground from set 9 because people were running it a lot. Jinx still can be a terrifying unit once you get that attack speed items, but it's not one you want to be necessarily fielding. Once you get a cast on the field, you either opt to go into this Noxus trait. If you get 3 Noxuses before the play rounds, you're in a beautiful position going into the early game.
Nice. And talking of Jinx, because we can talk all about this. What are your thoughts on, of course, the new Arcane stuff that's been dropped? The new teaser.
I loved Arcane Season 1. As I've been playing League since this is showing my age now. year 8 of high school. So that was 3, 5, 7 years ago. So I've been playing League for
Ooh.
about 7, 8 years. So it's been a nice road to just watch how Leagues and Riot Games has grown and adapted and made, one of the best shows I've ever watched of Arcane. So I'm just excited to see anything they pump out at this point because I know it's going to be high quality. I know
Yeah.
people use slander Riot Games for their balancing team and their artwork and their sounds are better than their game. But no, I just think everything about Riot Games, especially TFT, which I've loved from the start, it's just a nice, well-rounded game studio that can just produce things that you either expect to be high quality or you get surprised by it. So Arcane Season 2, I'm super hyped for it.
There is a level of quality that you have come to expect from Riot Games, although whilst they haven't been pumping out games year on year like other companies do, the quality of they do take their time to really master the craft of each individual game they're coming out with. We do expect high quality from the fighting game, of course,
So,
and there's high quality in this as well.
quickly to divert those augments, I don't know if you caught them.
I did.
What are your thoughts?
Stimmy's gone for TF as your character, and that's I'd argue, the third strongest one in the game. What it does is it randomizes the items in your board, like on your bench, and it just means you can get the best items for each unit. In the game of TFT, you usually want to be focusing on picking up the correct items, but with this TF trait, it means that your items randomize after each round, so you're more likely to get the items you need rather than the items you get. So TF's just a strong one just for item optimization. I don't know, obviously, what everyone else has picked, but a lot of people either opt for TF for that item randomization, so you can get the items you need, or they go for Ezreal just to get more items. Those are the two that I would instantly default to if I couldn't play Earth.
That's fair.
I don't know about yourself. Playing as a new player, I don't know which ones you see the strongest, because I saw a lot of people playing Poro. What Poro does is it just makes every set like original TFT. You get random traits. You don't get any higher ones or lower ones.
That sounds like chaos.
It can be, because you can get the most random stuff ever, and it works.
Sometimes though, with a more chaotic board, that can favour newer players. So I'm not entirely sure on the esports WoW's experience side of things. Like some of them might be more experienced than others. We might have completely new players. I remember in Campus Clash there was players for games that had never touched the games before. We might have that here. So maybe a bit of organised chaos could benefit those that finished in the lower four in the last round and completely throw off the others.
Yeah, and we've obviously got to talk about going into this early game stages, what people are going to be opting to play. Going when you hit round 3-1, it's just obviously we're seeing people obviously opt for the Void. I wouldn't opt for Void in these types of situations just because you don't have that emblem gathering like you could when you did get Earth. So, looking at the likes of Stimmy, they've not got a team comp set out yet, but that's completely fine. Once you get to round 3-2, you're going to at least have a couple units which are going to go into your final comp. Other than that, early game's just going to be a bit of a cluster of what people actually want to play and do. It's a lot of sizing up your opponents as well. What a lot of TFT players, they're going to flick between each one of their opponents and see what they're building, so there's a high chance of them getting the units they want to actually get in the end of the day. Because that's the main point of the game. Get the items you want, get the characters you want, get the upgrades you want, and you should have a well-oiled machine.
And this is something I do have come to like about the game in my time of playing it, is that you can shuffle between each board pretty much whenever you want. So if you need to take a bit of time to learn other compositions when you're just starting out, you can switch over, like during a mob round, for instance, you can switch over to another player and see how they're building their characters and maybe alter your own strategy to maybe try and, I don't want to say anti-strat, but at least counter what your opponents are building going forward.
Yeah, I completely get what you're talking about. Stimmy there, put the adaptive helm on Talia. I would have much preferred that on a tanky unit, as adaptive helm gives you those tanks and mana stats that you actually need. Going up against someone that's opting for Void and Demacia, so we don't usually see that very often because they don't have any synergetic units together. I'd much rather you either go for Void and something to buff around the Kai'Sa, buff around your tanky units, maybe going even Bruiser, On the other hand, you either go full Demacia and go for this Slayer comp. It's both sides where you don't want to be running both, but in the early game it's acceptable. It's fine. They'll go into the late game and realize what they actually want to play. It's just difficult to see in the early game what people do want to play unless you get lucky units. So a lot of people will opt for Demacia in the early game just because the units are low cost. You're more likely to hit them, and it's just easy comp to run and do. But if more players on the board are playing Demacia, it just means that there's less units in the pool for you to actually grab. So it's harder to play that, and other team comps will flourish rather than Demacia. That's the benefits and drawbacks of the situation that most players are in the early game.
So looking at this early team comp from Stimu is like 2 bruisers, 2 mortarcasters. I wouldn't exactly say that that's
It's not strong.
particularly optimal at this point in the game, but it's a foundation in which they can build upon.
Yeah.
You'd hope going into at least the 3s. But if it comes to this and they don't get lucky with their rolls, maybe you could see an early game exit, which is not ideal.
Yeah.
I can hear Cameron in the background going, "Oh, I'll take that. I'm happy with that."
Yeah, it's Rat Town popping in. So what the portal does, I'm not sure. I can't remember what it does, but I believe it optimizes shops and especially unit shops. So you're more likely to get. I think it makes it so you're more likely to get units that are in your team composition. Could be completely wrong, but I think that's what it does. And obviously, Stim here opting again for another Void composition. It's going to be so much harder to get Void 8 though now that you don't have the emblems you need.
And it's what I mentioned before we started, like. Maybe it's not the most ideal to play the same sort of style you played in round 1. Maybe you want to switch it up because, again, it's RNG at the end of the day. Like, you might not get the same builds that you really ideally want to play in the later rounds, for instance. But at least now they've got a specific build they want to go down for with a Void comp, which is good to see.
Oh, and I like what Silex actually running here. Challenger 4. Now, Challenger is a comp there. It's just completely snowbally. Once you get to what it does is it gives your units attack speed, and when they get a kill, they just rush down the next unit altogether. So overall, and pumping up too, that's an amazing pairing with it. What pumping up does is every single round, your units just increase attack speed flat. So it's not just for that round, it's for the whole entire game. So what I'm wanting to see is having those high cost challenges like Kaiser and Fiora, giga stack them and have those insane attack speed brawls and just overall wipe out boards just by shredding them with high AD and AP attack scaling. So I'm liking the strategy and I'm liking the formulation of the plan that Silex already opting for. Look at that, 65% attack speed already just from hitting the units that they needed.
And it's worth noting, like, with this game, they are opting more for buffing their own tactics, buffing their own teams, rather than opting for debuff strategies. I don't know how popular debuff strategies necessarily are, but from what I'm learning and from what I'm watching, the more you buff your own speed, the more you buff your own attack, the better you're going into these mid-rounds, especially like when you're building your teams up. If you get a high buff stack early, you're pretty much golden for a win streak at some point in the mid-rounds.
Yeah, and obviously when you're hitting these Krog rounds and stuff, it's a nice position to be in, to be level 5, but you'd much rather have the economy. So when we're looking at, 3-star Aurelia in the background, I'm looking at Psyduck Scream down behind us. 3-star already at round 2/7's insane. That's just incredibly lucky rolls. And now if they go and funnel this Aurelia to try and buff it up as much as they can, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But, you've got to look at it like they've only got 3 other Cho'Gaths to support that unit. It's not really any synergetic, it's just a strong unit.
Yeah, it's having a 3-star at this stage is kind of unreal. Like, it really sets them up well going into the later rounds if they can keep up. If they can build that team around the 3-star, they've got a really good chance of getting top 4.
If they don't build it around the 3-star, though, you've fallen off. And Aurelia isn't necessarily a strong unit, so it's nice in the early game that it's 3-star, but once you get to these later rounds, it's not going to be that useful. So overall, building a team comp around it, I wouldn't suggest it, but maybe fielding traits from the Aurelia that buff the rest of your team would be the recommended, just plan to go through, especially when we're closing in on more mob rounds, more augment rounds. It's going to formulate the team comp really well, and someone picking up a level through Renekton, one of the tankiest units in the game, it's just nice to see. And obviously someone fielding Bilgewater. Now, I have a love-hate relationship with Bilgewater because when set 9.5 came out, Bilgewater was the go-to. 7 out of 8 players in the lobby were playing it, and it was just really annoying. So they had to nerf it. And it's not as strong now, but it is still a fun comp to go.
Yeah, sometimes, I don't know if they've got a similar sort of tier system, but, if you have tier 0 like metas like that, where it's just everyone has to play this one comp in order to win the games, then
Yeah,
sometimes that can get very frustrating. Sometimes get very boring,
it was.
especially from a spectator's point of view. You don't always be seeing the exact same thing over and over again, and that can get really boring. So we hope to see them now. If they have been debuffed a little bit, they've been nerfed. That's a good thing because it improves meta diversity.
Yeah, 100%. I was sick of playing 9.5 at the start and seeing everyone run Bilgewater, no one getting level 2, getting level 2 stars at all. I'm actually opting here for the reroll shop. So what that does is, when you re-roll a bunch, once you hit that peak number, you just get rewards from it. So opting for this mid-game power spike is really nice to see. They want to be level 6 closing in on, hopefully closing on the Challenger 6 that they want to see. Because once you hit Challenger 6, that attack speed just gets ridiculous. And the ramping and the scaling, especially when you're running Fiora and Kai'Sa, it's just nice to see a well-rounded comp like that go ahead against maybe people that are funneling Void, people that are playing Demacia. We're not seeing the same comps, and that's really what I want to see. As soon as I said that, though, someone's just gone up and gotten a level 3 Poppy and is running Demacia yet again.
Yeah, again, Demacia Slash, pretty much the meta, one of the best meta builds right now. I'm not sure how that's going to translate going into set 10, but for 9.5 at the very least, Demacia Slash is pretty much the best what you can go for right now. From what I'm seeing, like Challenger 4, Darkin 1, the thing is there's only 2 Darkin units, so you'd pretty much have to just wait for the Aatrox in order to boost the Darkin ranks.
It's not a bad strategy. Darkin's an okay. Once you get it to 2, it increases the potency of their abilities by 50%. And when Darkins die, they give their ability to the closest unit. So it's nice to have in that Challenger comp, because both Darkins, they give incredible amounts of lifesteal. Pair them up next to a Fiora, and it just makes a lifesteal unkillable monster, which we did see parts of last game. You stack Fiora and it just goes brrr, but, just going to have to see who opts for what. People picking up 3 stars this early into the game is crazy, though. I didn't expect to see that at all.
I quickly wanted to ask you at some point as well, just while we'll have a look at this, about your thoughts on set 10. You keep talking about it. Talk us through why you like it. Talk us through what's happening.
I'm an advocate for set 10 because of... It just is fun. It's not a set you look at and you're like, oh, it's going to be the same thing of one comp's going to struggle. It's kind of just... It's a fun set. It's all about music. So one of the best things about it is, depending on what type and augments of units you've got and what level they're at and how many you have on the field, changes the music that's playing in your ears. So say if you're running Pentakill, there's going to be incredible heavy rock in the background. Maybe you mix it up by putting a jazz unit in there. It's now rock and jazz playing in your ear at the same time, and it just works. So the new set with that functionality, it's amazing. And set 10 just is fun to play. I've played it on the PB. I've played about, I want to say 10-15 games of it, although I am waiting to get into PB 90% of the time, because queue time is about 50 minutes.
Ooh.
But it's worth it. I'm so excited. And this is a 9.5 event, closing out in the horizon to set 10. It's just nice to see, it's like a final goodbye to set 9.5.
Send it off into the sunset before new horizons.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I like to see. And I hear a very angry Psyduck behind us. I feel like someone just yoinked the item they needed from behind them. So
Probably,
it's annoying.
yeah.
That's one of the most annoying things. On Carousel, you eye up this one item you need, and someone just goes, mine.
We talked about how Tilt usually sets in Game 3. It appears that Tilt is setting in early Game 2 for Cameron.
Yeah.
Now, whether that'll affect his gameplay is another matter. Whether the judgment might be clouded.
I wouldn't say clouded. I just say that their players now got a vendetta against them.
There's a little red dot on their forehead, and Cameron's like, don't move.
Sometimes players improve when there's reason to be spiteful. Like, they might just be fueled by that spite, but again,
Cameron is a being that runs
Cameron
on spite. I think.
plays a very long game,
He does.
round 1, so maybe that's... The mental fatigue is setting earlier than some of the other players. Like, for instance, a lot of the esports Wales players are playing a much better game in round 2 than they did in round 1. Like,
yeah, it's dependent on what comp they got at the start. A lot of people look more comfortable with the comp they're running. People running more diverse comps. We saw Psyduck with the insane amount of Demacia units early, and that probably made the Wales lot, they were like, oh, this person's got all these Demacia ready, I'm not going to mess with Demacia because I'm not going to hit those characters I need.
It's also about the game. Game number 1, round number 1, went on for a long time as well. And if all of the games gone that long, because Cameron finishing second meant that he was playing right until the end.
Yeah.
So the games dragging on longer makes it harder for them in the long run.
Yeah, I've just seen the Lux Avatar player hit level 7 already, good
Ooh.
position to be. You want to be there by 4-1, which is in the next 2 rounds. But hitting level 7 already, you're going to build up your gold back when everyone else is hitting level 7. It's just a nice position to be in for the late game already. You're on 64 HP, you've got to be thinking about what team you're drafting at the end of the game. Whereas a lot of people sitting already on level 5, level 6, early level 5, early level 6, it's not a good position to be when you're wanting to formulate a team comp with more units. Because then you look at the board and you're like, I really wish I had that unit in, but I don't have enough gold to field it because I can't level up. And you don't want to be faltering behind.
Especially if you want to build around the Darkin, for instance, you need to hit the Aatrox, which is at this point in time, if it's level 6, you've got a 0% chance of hitting that off the shop. So
yeah, when you hit level 7, it's only a 1%.
Yeah, level 7's a 1%. You really want to be hitting level 8 pretty much as soon as possible if you're running a build like that.
Yeah.
Because you want to hit those high cost units.
Yeah, it's a strategy that there'll be a Rat Town implementing. People's shops are going to be better for them. Obviously, the Void player in Stimmy would love to pick up that Kaiser and maybe slot them in, try and get Void 6 as soon as possible. Figure out what units they need next. They need a Cassidin and they need to put in a Kaiser just to hit Void 6. You know, 40% chance to hit a Cassidin and already hit a 5% Kaiser. It's a good position to be in no matter what. Other people, someone's playing Piltover. Now, Piltover is a incredibly weird comp to run. What you do is you force yourself to lose so that you win later.
Yes, we were talking about this. It's a strategy that, I from an FPS background, it scares me. Where you throw the early game and it feels very high risk, high reward, because you put it all on the line pretty early and that can backfire.
Yeah, and the reward sometimes might not even be that good. So how it works is you lose a bunch so that the mecha dinosaur on your board gets buffed, and then once you win one game, you get rewards based on how many times you lost and how powerful that dinosaur is.
I personally am a fan of using your health bar as a second economy resource. Like, sometimes if you build it well enough and you limit your health to a point where, like, it's pretty much a glass cannon, to be fair. Like, if you can get that one shot when you're low at health, but you've built this really big, powerful army, it's really, like, good to see from a spectator's point of view.
No, I 100% agree. I've been in games where someone has got a Piltover, because what the dinosaur also does is when you hit 25 stacks on it, it gets an ability where it shoots a giant laser beam at your opponent. So if you can get to that 25 stack very, very quickly, it works. I've seen players, because once you sell the dinosaur, depending on how many stacks are on it, that's how many rewards you get. The higher the number, the better you get. So I have seen players that will go all the way to 10 HP, sell that dinosaur because it's giga stacked, and then have a 9-unit board, all 3-star, just swarms the game. It's crazy.
Glass tank is the words that spring to mind.
Yeah, I'd say that.
What if just a glass cannon, glass tank?
Yeah, it feels as if you get
new.
the payout, it's worth it, and if you don't, you kind of look at yourself like, oh, why did I even bother going?
I'll be honest with you, I'd say glass nuke, but nuke's a sort of a one-time use thing anyway, like by nature. So making it out of glass wouldn't do too much to.
But that's what I mean. Is like, if you've lowered your health to a point where, like, you have one shot. If that one shot misses, you're pretty much dead anyway. So you need to get as much damage as possible.
Yeah, I'd agree.
From that one shot.
Overcharged mana front. So what I like about that emblem is it forces you to go sorcerers. Now sorcerers are a fun composition. Gives flat AP to all your magic characters, and it also means when a unit dies on the enemy team, it shoots laser beams at opposing enemies, which does a little bit of damage. It's overall a comp that says you need to be able to get these high AP units just so you can get kills. So as you see there, once a unit dies, a laser beam hits off, does 300 damage, and just keeps on stacking, keeps on scaling. It's an amazing comp to go if you get to 6. It's really weak all the way until you get 6. Stimmy's on 5. Once they hit that, I think they need Ari or... I can't remember who else they need. The forecast they need. They need Silco. Silco is one of the champions that isn't in League of Legends. That's in TFT. From
That's
Arcade.
pretty weird.
Yeah, they were in a set. I think they're in set 8 or 8.5. I can't remember. It's one of the only, other than the dragons that they introduced in the dragon set. He's one of the only characters that isn't in League of Legends that they've brought into TFT, and I found that's pretty cool.
That's it. I'm a Silco apologist.
Silco apologist
I'm
from
a
Arcade.
Silco apologist.
Okay, no, Silco's really fun to play in this set. He launches out casks of green that if an ally's in it, they get healed. If an opponent's in it, they get damaged. It's just overall, it's just splash damage of just green goo.
It's a bit like a Moira.
Yeah, or if you play League, it's like a little Twitch like poison vial.
Okay.
It's or a Viper Molly.
Ooh.
but that heals your it heals your allies and damages your opponents. So
Okay.
Silco in the Sorcerer lineup, it's one of the biggest carries that you can ever field, other than Ari. But Ari, you're not going to be hitting at level 7 unless you're giga lucky.
And speaking of lucky, that's not what either of the stats players are right now.
No, it's
Stimwee
not.
is in a really bad spot right now. We're about to hit the second carousel.
We're hitting 4-3 on 20 HP.
We're hitting 4-4 and on 20 HP. They need to hope this has been a strategy where they're using their health to build the glass cannon, but
Yeah,
it doesn't look like that right now. Staffs is not doing well.
Yeah, and I'm liking the fact that, the top 5 are all Wales. Like, from the first game, they were very quiet other than the person that came first, and now they've come back. They've probably analysed their opponents from game 1. They've looked, I know what comps you're going to go, I know what strategy you're going to go for. I'm just going to build something opposite so I have a higher chance of getting these higher units.
Do you know what's really funny is both of them were feeling very confident going into game number 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing about TFT. You can have a stellar game 1 where you get all the hits that you want with your units, all the items, all the organs, and in game 2 you get 0, you get zilch, you get nothing. And it's that strategy implementation of, even if you get that, you need to build a comp that can still at least get you in the top 4.
And it really hasn't looked like right now, the shops have not been kind to Stimwee.
No, they have not.
Sorcerer 5, Void 3, that's
Yeah.
probably not
I feel
good
as
enough
if
at this point in
I
time.
feel as if you sank the Void off. You can't sack the Void of it because 2 Void units are already sorcerers.
No.
What you would do is you'd probably get rid of the Cho'Gath, implement a Silco, run Sorcerer 6 with a beefy frontline like the Taric and the Swain together. That's the only thing you can really recover from this game. But the person they're going against is the person last, and they've got 3-star Cho'Gath, who's just an attack speed menace, as well as the Irelia 3. That was, I think, round 2-4 that they were stacked, just showing that they're keeping this unit to run through. And Stimmy might lose a considerable amount of health here. We'll see how much they actually lose.
It'd be very close between those last 2 players, as we see 3v1 now.
Yeah, I feel as
However,
if
these
the
3
Velcros
players
get
don't
one
have the most
shot.
health. It's going to be very close,
No.
but that goes down. Stimwee down to 12 HP.
If Stimmy loses one more round, they're out the game, and you don't want to be ending 8 in round 2 after you have a very good, nice response. Though
By the-
Taric 2.
By the time we hit 5-1, we might have lost 2 players, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah.
At least for the level of players that these are, you'd expect a little better going, heading into round 2. We've expected a better round from Stimwee.
Yeah.
I mean, but look at the opponents they're up against.
Oh, yeah. Clarky from round 1, coming first place, is on. This is the exact same position they were in last game, where they really went under the radar, and then out the blue when you hit into round 4, they've just gone on a win streak. And that's the danger zone. When you hit round 4 and you're hitting win streaks, you'll know your comp is going to be so strong in the late game.
Yeah.
As we're seeing the person in third here, having a 3-star, fully stacked Kale, going Demacia. I don't think anyone else has really contested Demacia this game at all.
And as I mentioned before, if you want to have a really good chance of winning this tournament, you want to be hitting the top 3 at least 4 games, I'd reckon.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Clarky's a top 2 for every single round so far, which is really impressive to see from them. Stimwee just surviving yet again on 4 HP, but
Although,
we do see
didn't come
one
last.
player hit last.
This
That's all
it's-
you want, as
yeah.
long as you're not last place.
even then, you're only getting for 7. You're only getting 2
2 points.
Which, at least it is more than 1 point. It's double last place, so
But
I
after a
guess that's
4th place
fine.
finish, it's
there's
not
the
got the
Ari.
consistency.
Okay, if you're still here, you get rid of the Cho'Gath. Or that, yeah. Get rid of the MF, sorry, I didn't even see that. You... See, the item, spread out, you've given it all to Vel'Koz. That's not who you want it to be. You want to either be on Silco and Ari. So hopefully in this Raptor round, they can get a lot more AP items. If they get AD items, the game's over for Stimmy. I'm sorry to say it, but it just will be. We'll just see what items they can pick up here.
It's pivotal round now.
Okay, that's nice. Okay. Not the best, but not the worst.
Do you think they could survive at least to the next carousel?
I don't want to say no.
Was that a little louder for the ones at the back?
Yeah. I want to say yes.
Are you sure that's not what you said a
That
second ago?
doesn't sound like what you said.
I know, but
I believe it was. Look, correct my impression if I'm wrong.
see how I'm looking in Stimmy's direction. They've got an adaptive have on Malzahar. That's a tank item you want at the start. Not really doing much for Malzahar at all. It's not giving. I think it gives mana, but that's about it. If you're looking at someone like Ari, yes, please give the Infinity Edge to Ari. Please do it. because that's the only damage source that's potent enough to deal with these massive fields. They've gone for the guard break. Isn't actually that bad of an idea. If units are getting shielded, she just gets ramping damage. But she's against another level 3 Kayle, which is just going to sweep the board. Unless
This is
Ori.
not looking good for Stimway.
No, not
It's
at
looking
all.
like their time is up.
Although,
in
you know,
round
My
two.
time has come.
yeah, unfortunately enough. Although that Swain did tank quite a bit of damage. See if
It's
the Ori can get
probably
another
not, is
charge
it?
off. No, it doesn't. Okay, so, you know, stellar game for Stimmy. I know they don't play that much TFT. Coming 7th in round 2.
They're
It's
more just a league person. They're just,
Yeah.
just a league.
They're like
a
traditional
Legends
league,
person.
which is
Yeah.
fair.
So it's Psyduck against 5 opponents from Wales. Now,
That's a scary prospect.
I-
5 Welshmen.
yeah, I am liking the comp that he's fielding. It's not something we ever see. Targon Challenger isn't a combo that you'd like to see, just due to the fact that they have no synergetic units. So but it can work once they get Challenger 6, which they haven't really opted for. They haven't found a Fiora, which is the main carry in a Challenger lineup. So until Psyduck finds this Fiora, they're going to be in a struggling position.
It could be a case if they hit that off the carousel, though. We don't know how many Fioras are necessarily out of the pool just yet. So
Yeah.
a good hit on the carousel might just be the key
Although
to Cameron get a top
what I'm
three.
expecting from this battle is the Bilgewater player is going to nuke the board, which just so happened because I think they've got Bilgewater 7 or Bilgewater 5. It and Vanquisher. So what that means is that combination is Vanquisher is giving certain units crit chance and abilities can crit, and Bilgewater, what it does is each time you attack a unit, it gets a scale. It's like a ticking timer, and once you punch that thing more, the stronger the cannonball that gets chucked at it. So Bilgewater is a very good comp for units that just want to explode a unit and burst it. It's like an assassin. They want to go in quick and just nuke a unit before they can do anything. And that's what, a Bilgewater comp that they fielded does. They've just stacked the Nyla. It does so much more ramping damage and can nuke the board with all these cannonballs. That's what Bilgewater was made to do, and it's been executed really, really well.
So we are nearing, I'd say around, we're past the halfway point, I'd reckon, at this
Yeah,
point.
we're late game
Yeah.
right now. 5-3. Once you hit
5-3.
round 5, people are stop. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was dying every 2 rounds. That's usually the stats that you look at.
And with a health points of 27, it's not looking good for Cameron either. He really needs to hit off the carousel. I reckon lose this one, you could survive quite easily, but
They did hit the Fiora though. It's
Yeah.
just I'm not sure what this Sirocco are doing. Now Sirocco is a heavy AP healer, and they've put attack speed on them. So it's you kind of look at it and you're like, I hear him in the background. What is this? They're versing a level 3 Renekton, and it's a Shurima comp that just bursts. Kai'Sa in the backline though can do a bit of damage, but they're so tanky. They've gone Bruiser, Shurima, as well as a lot of AP. It's just an overall well-rounded comp formed by Clarky, who was the winner of the last round.
we'd have to say, the second place right now, we'd have to say, suggest at least that Clarky could be the favourite to take the entire thing.
If they can
But
finish within
again,
top 2 again, then
Top 2 again, they're in a
Then
very
I'm
good
set
spot
to-
going
I'm
forward.
set to call them a favourite, yeah.
However, they are playing very long games, so maybe the mental fatigue comes in at like round 4, round 5. There could be a drop off there.
Psyduck doing the correct thing, picking up the Bloodthirster, slap it on the Fiora just to try and ease the damage, because 2 players now in the danger zone where if you lose one round, you just lose it all.
Ideally, you want to at least get to 6s if you're Cameron right now, because that means you're at least getting 4th, which is a solid 5 points, I believe.
Yeah.
So 5 points added to the 7 you previously got, you'll be on 12. That's a really good start for 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a really positive thing, because going into this, I don't think Cameron was entirely caring as much that they'd be.
Cameron I don't think, was expecting to
No,
play.
he was not expecting.
It's a last-minute stand.
It's last minute stand-in, not expecting to be this high up on the board. It's
I
been a
think
really
he's
good
just
show.
happy to be here.
Yeah,
I do
I'd
feel
say
a
that, but-
little bad for Psyduck at the moment, though. Only due to the fact that they've only just hit level 7. Now, we're at round 5-5. That means, what, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're about 7, 8 rounds behind everyone else in terms of
Ooh,
levels.
That's not good.
They've just hit Challenger 6, though, so you'll see the attack speed ramping up and the damage that they want to deal actually finally being implemented. But I feel as if everyone else's comps have just been stacking and building. Like these Demacia comps, they've both got level 3 Kails, and that's scary. But there you go. See, as soon as you hit Challenger 6, like I said earlier, it just becomes so much more easier to play the game.
as which Cameron really needs to win these next couple of rounds to come in with a chance of getting a positive win rate, a positive stance going into round 3, which they can go back to the Demacia then, because obviously this strat hasn't necessarily been the most successful for them, the challenges.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out just yet, only due to the fact that if you can pick up the Fiora 2 and the Kaiser 2, it's just a very strong, well-rounded comp in terms of damage output. They're not necessarily the tankiest units, but they don't need the tankiness. If they kill you quick enough, they don't need to be tanky.
Yep.
So, and we did see Slayer John, the person also in the danger zone. Both players in 5th and 6th, they both won their games. That just means that the game's evening out. All these players are getting stronger and stronger, and they're almost sizing each other up to the point where we're going to be in a standoff where 4 players could die at any moment.
We have a level 9 though, so their build is just going to be way better than Cameron's right now.
Yeah, Cameron's board just got absolutely
destroyed.
Nuked. I wouldn't be surprised if that's over 13 damage dealt to the face. I want to see
That's
what the damage
like
number is.
6th
Yeah, they get
place,
finished by the Irelia. They go down to -2. If Slayer John does lose, though, Cameron could finish up in a 5th place position as long as Slayer John loses more than 13 HP. Let's see if they do. Their battle's still going on with a person in 1st place. That could be close. Clarky and Slayer John. Slayer John actually wins against the person in 1st place. So that means Psyduck coming out at 6th. So that's a 6th and 7th position for staffs. The rest are now the Wales lot. Let's see how strong their comps are.
What's worth noting, though, is Clarky's only just got to level 7 themselves.
They've gone for a heavy reroll comp. That's why. They've opted for these units to just not be, these level 4 or 5 units that they need that just get a big power spike. They're going for the cheaper units, but they're already level 3.
The gambling on the low units to carry them through the rounds at high rates.
Yeah. It's a valid strategy for lower, cheaper cost units, and that's what a lot of players have actually done. I think 3 out of the 5 remaining people, they've gone for these reroll comps where you just look at the lower cost units, you just roll a bunch of gold and invest in hopefully getting a 3-star. It's high risk, high reward, and it's the playstyle that a lot of TFT players actually favour, only due to the fact that if you do get it, although it's a slim chance, it pays off big time. Yeah.
Exactly.
High risk,
Something
high
that
reward.
you like, or are you a very steadfast?
I'd say in
Careful
9.5, I'm more of a safer player than I was in the previous sets.
What about PBE?
Oh, PB, I'm high risk. I play Heartsteel with the new band that came out with the new song, which is fire, by the way. What Heartsteel does is, where every 4 rounds you get a cash out, depending on how many units you've killed. But if you lose the round, you gain 10 units killed already. So if you lose, you get a high number, but if you kill units, you also get more numbers. So you're kind of deciding if you build a stronger comp and hope that you kill a lot of units to get a bigger cash out, or you lose a lot to ensure that you get a big cash out anyway. So that high-risk, high-reward playstyle of Heartsteel in the next set is so fun to play, because you could get ridiculous boards where you have 13 units on the board at level 9. It's crazy. Whereas we're seeing a lot of reroll comps being implemented into, obviously, round 2. We didn't see a lot of it last round. We didn't see a lot of level 3 units at all. So it's nice to see, but most of the level 3 units, they are the same. They're the Renekton, they're the Cho'Gath, and they're the Kale. The easiest 3-slots to hit in the game.
What's surprising is we've been bigging them up a little bit, but Clark is down to 7 HP.
I think they lost
losing that
2
last round,
massive rounds in a row. That's why. So going from 2nd place to last place in an instant, it's a big confidence dip. It's not nice to be in that position, because then you know that your team comp maybe didn't scale up into the late game as well as you hoped.
Our top 2 from the last game now have struggled. Like, Cameron's are obviously already out. Clarky is on the cusp of being eliminated, but there's still Slayer John as well in that 4th place position in 10 HP. They've been on 10 HP for a couple rounds now. We still have a couple of 20s as well. They're hanging on the edge, so we are nearing the end game now. Who do you think is going to take this?
It's difficult to say. I'm happily going to say this Bilgewater player who's gone Bilgewater 7 is going to do very, very well. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the Kales who have got a high level Kale just to maybe ease out in the 3rd and 4th position. I feel as if the 2 Bilgewater players, one person's got a Gangplank, there you go, already killed off a player. It's very, very strong. Who did they actually kill off there? Is it Clarky? Did Clarky go down? Clarky did go down, okay.
Oh.
And Clarky goes out in 5th place. Slayer John also goes out, so they'll take 4th. And again, that's our top 2 with rough 2nd rounds.
Yeah, Viven running the Kale 3. So what it is it's a Bilgewater comp against 2 heavy Demacia comp, and that's really just... It's a weird position to be in, because the Bilgewater comp is going to be just so much stronger compared to these easy to play Demacia playstyles. I wouldn't count it out because one beautiful Javault could just change the tides of battle. But I feel like the Bilgewater player, they know what they're doing. They've got the scaling. They've got Bilgewater 7. Those cannons are doing ridiculous amounts of damage. We'll just see it. Once you see this Nyla start attacking, you just notice these cannonballs and you just notice how much damage they actually do to the field.
There's a very good chance that if Rex doesn't win this game, they're out as well in third, which is a respectable position. Esports wise have very much improved in round 2.
Yeah, definitely. But look at those cannonball damage. You know this KO just gets killed instantly.
And that's easily game there.
But
So
it's now a 1v1. We're in the same position we were in the last round, although it is only round 6-3. So it's a bit earlier from last game, but both players have been on a winning streak. They're both in a position where if they lose 2 rounds, they lose the game. And it's overall a Demacia comp going head-to-head with a Bilgewater comp. I do favour a Bilgewater comp always, only due to the fact that those cannons do ridiculous amount of damage. But if a Demacia player can just scale up that KL attack speed, they just burst through units. It's a nice position for both players to be in, especially when one is level 9 and the other is also level 9. It's literally boss battles.
Talent, place your bets.
I'm going for the Bilgewater player.
I'll go Demacia.
Ooh, I like that. A little bit of controversy.
Yeah.
It's
You're the deciding vote.
No, I'm not going to decide. I don't want to.
the
Jinx this.
only
I don't want to
reason,
choose either way.
The only reason I say it is because Bilgewater units, once you get the right items, they scale so much heavier compared to Demacia units. Demacia units is just like a... It's like, you look at it's consistent, it works, and Bilgewater is you flip a coin, if you hit your units, you're more likely to just blow out the competition.
More often than not, I'd also go for the strategy that's more of a gamble, but in this instance, sometimes consistency is just overpowering.
They go neck and neck, though. Here comes the Gangplank ship, though, but the Demacia, there you go. It's exactly as I said. They've got the right items. What I have just noticed is they've made Xayah, who is a Vanquisher Iona unit, into a Bilgewater unit. So what that means is, one of Xayah's abilities is they launch a bunch of feathers on the field, it hits everyone. And that will proc every single cannonball shot.
Oh.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, they've made a combination of units that have got Vanquisher 4 and Bilgewater. So the only reason they're doing this much damage is because 4 of the units on the board are critting alongside these cannonballs, which are scaling with the amount of damage that's being dealt. So it's overall, they've built the cannon. They've built a giant glass cannon, and it's paid off. Whereas the likes of Vivan, who's gone a Demacia comp, they've kind of just gone for the thing that you know will do well, but you can't be ensured that you'll get a first place.
They've pretty much gone for Old Faithful.
Yeah, exactly. It is. Demacia has always been Old Faithful, as we see.
Complete annihilation.
Nuke. So we do see a first place from Wizzy. A very nice composition, like built around. They got an emblem, even though they didn't run Earth, and it's a strategy that's been implemented probably from the get go. Just having those early Bilgewater units which have worked, and it's been a masterclass from the Lux player.
And honestly, might be a strategy that they'll continue to employ during round 3 and 4. It didn't look like anyone really had a good answer to the Bilgewater comp.
Yeah, and it's a thing that most people look at set 9.5 and they look at the nerfs to Bilgewater and they're like, oh, I won't ever build it. But then you have that one cheeky player who builds it, they get all the units they hit, and you realise that it's still a strong composition no matter what. It's just not as popular. As we see on the Sunlinks here, 2 people went Demacia, so it's Old Faithful, and a lot of people kind of just went for a mismatch, and it didn't pay off for them.
Now, I am interested to see whether Cameron at least goes back to the Demacia build that worked for him so well in round 1. It was a very disappointing show from both of the Staffs Uni players, as well as Clarky. They struggled unexpectedly because they dominated the first game, really.
Yeah. I look at Clarky and I don't know where the composition went wrong, because they were hitting a win streak at 4-5, usually a good position into the late game, and then they just lost 3 rounds in a row and died. That's just what happens in TFT. You could have this really strong comp, and then the next 2 rounds you just lose it all. It's crazy that the shift in strategy and the shift in power scaling can just happen to you like that. And it just sweeps you under the rug. You don't expect it ever.
Absolutely. Now, that is all for Game 2. We're approaching the halfway mark of today, but we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in about 15 minutes for Game number 3, and we'll see if they've started to figure out their opponents yet, or if we're going to see something completely new. So, see you very shortly. Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody. We are about to go on to game number 3 of 5 of course, the Haia Esports Challenge in collaboration with Esports Wales.
I'm feeling good about this.
Are
Over the
you?
past 2 games, I've just seen a lot of differentiating comps and different play styles, and maybe looking at the standings in a little bit, we can see who's actually formulated these plans and how they're probably going to look at game 3, 4, and 5, because you've got to go into it looking at how many points you're on and what types of comps you want to go based on what points and what you actually get in game. So I think the pressure's just going to keep on escalating till end of game 4, because that's when you realise who's actually going to come out on top.
Absolutely.
I do
Yourself?
think with game 3, though, this is where the standards are really going to settle a little bit. So whilst we might not know who's going to come out on top, we will know at least who's going to come out in the top 4, top 5 at the very least.
Oh, yeah. I feel as if maybe some of the players that were a lot quieter in games 1 and 2, if they step up, they have to step up now. Otherwise, 3 games, 3, 4, and 5 are just going to go downhill, and the standings are going to get more, just in a more unfortunate position for them. So, looking at the staff slot, you're looking at like Psyduck and Stimmy there, probably middle of the pack right now, whereas, Wales are all spread out with, I think, top 2 are Wales, and then the rest of the pack are kind of trailing behind. So, depending on how they finish game 3, that's really going to dictate where the pressure stands for each one of these players.
Absolutely. And the way that things and the chips have really fallen, shall I say, is that we won't know until even after the end of this one. As you said, game 4 is when we'll find out if there's going to be a front runner, because we had 2 different people win each of the games.
Yeah.
Which means that there's nobody that's won 2. If they had, then third game would be potentially the game for the victory. But the way that it sort of landed is we're in this for the long run.
Yeah, I definitely say so. In 2 very long games, a game of TFT averages around finishing end of round 5, middle of round 6. But the first game went past round 7, which is crazy. The second game was nearing on that too. So if it keeps on going like this, players are starting to feeling fatigued. They're going to run out of ideas that can spice up the meta. So you kind of look at it and you're feeling as if they've got a lot of players going to TFT solo queue, they've got a couple comps already comfortable in. They're going to start running out of that. And as we said, we've seen a lot of Demacia right now. Yeah. So that could just be what people default to if they run out of ideas.
Yeah, I'm expecting at least those that have struggled to really borrow back into their default setup. So, honestly, Stimmy might go back into the Void. We've seen them play that twice now. It's not played out the best. But if they might hit that RNG spike that they really need to get a good result in round 3, because they really do need it right now. If Stimmy can get top 2 at the very least, they're right back in the race for at least the Haia Challenge trophy, the win, at the very least.
I don't actually know what we're competing for, I'll be honest with you.
The glory of TFT set 9.5 Haia Esports Challenge.
To be the sort of Prince of Wales, I believe, was the joke that was made.
Prince of 9.5.
Prince of 9.5.
Prince of 9.5. Okay.
Hopefully, we do an event like this for set 10, because that's when it's going to get a bit crazy with team compositions and the set and the visuals. That's what I want to see. But right now, we're probably going to be looking at the likes of, I think in the top spot, we've got Nami and Clarky. I think those 2 you've got to really watch out for, as those 2 are the ones that look like the most experienced on the field. Alongside Psyduck, Cameron maybe didn't have the best of showings last game, but I've played with Psyduck so many times with TFT.
God, give us a little insight. What's it like to play with the Psyduck, the Cameron Van Loo themselves?
It's fun. He's the type of player that no matter what, he'll have fun with no matter what he's doing. Even if he's losing, he'll have fun with it. And it's a nice environment to be around.
Have you played long enough for him to tilt yet, though?
No, actually. I haven't witnessed a tilter, and that's probably one of the best things to do in a long-running game like TFT. If you tilt easily, I know you look at TFT and it's a very chillaxing game, you don't tilt at it, but you can tilt it, like we said earlier, and if you have that tilt mentality, it can affect your performance. But right now, I feel as if most of the players on this field, they don't tilt, they see TFT as a fun game, and they'll run with that, and that's probably the best way to play in a 5-game streak.
And Cameron is not playing like his username's namesake. He's not playing shy and passive because of that rough
I'll be
game
honest
2.
with you, on the list of shy and passive Pokemon, I wouldn't say Psyduck is one of them.
More like
I'd say
panicky.
shy. If you look at the anime, he's always muddling up and confusing, but no. Cameron's
panicking.
decision making has been pretty spot on. I saw a bit of a wave of what was going well and wrong.
We can hear the emotions in Cameron as well.
Yeah.
We can hear when it's going well. We can hear when it's gone absolutely catastrophically badly. But
Yeah, but for the other players, I feel as if what we're looking at is a lot of people are defaulting to what they do in solo queue or in custom games, and that's the correct way to play if you want to be a safer option. But this person that was running Piltover, they took the risk. I don't think it paid off for them, but they looked at it and they were like, yeah, that's something I want to try out. And that's probably, a high-risk, high-reward strategy that we could see implemented in the last 3 games. I don't want to see everyone defaulting to easy-to-run comps. I want to see stuff that maybe can spice up the meta. Obviously, if you're not running Earth as a legend, you're less likely to get these crazy, wacky, variety team comps. But a lot of people are opting for TF, a lot of people are opting for Ezreal, and a lot of people are opting for Master Yi. Now, those 3 are the strongest legends to pick because they can randomize items, making it more crucial to get those power spikes with items. One of them makes it so team fights go on in your way in terms of attack speed and comps you want to be running well. And one of them just gives you more items to play with. So those 3 are the majority that people will pick, and it just works out for people. It's like a safety net. Even if your game's not going well, these legends and augments can hopefully turn the game in your favor.
absolutely. And one thing that I would like to say, just as we go into the game, that is, of course, in collaboration, is the Haia Esports Challenge as well, isn't it? So we are broadcasting today on Haia's platform.
Yep.
So that means what you're saying right here, this is only parts of the stream, There's other people that are streaming their own perspectives as well. I know Cameron's going for it, and the others have their own perspectives going as well. So, you can hear our commentary over here. We're not getting maybe the widest variety of view on the game, but if there's a particular player that you think is running an interesting comp, then you can go check out their perspective, see what they're saying, what they're doing as well, and then you can jump between them, which I think is pretty cool.
Now, in my history of playing Line 5, I've never seen center stage. I have no idea what this augment does. This is the first time I've ever seen it, and I've played so much. So that's me learning something new. If Mr. Van Loo or Stimmy can hover that over for me, if they can hear me, that would be great, just so we can see what it does. But no, center stage is Demacian one. I don't know what it does. We'll see what it does, hopefully, in the next couple of rounds. But no, a lot of people will probably still default to Demacia. We haven't seen any Noxus, which is surprising, because Noxus is quite a strong comp. What it does is when you win rounds, you get a percentage higher of stats. I think you get health, attack speed, and damage. And each time you win a round, that goes up by, I think, 5%? 3%? I can't remember what it is. So we'll just see what they're building. Stimmy here, picking up, obviously, the best strategy to do in these mob rounds is to just buy everything in the shop and then formulate a comp around that, and that's easily executed here. And obviously opting for the Poro. Now, the Poro is one of the legends where it means that every augment you get in augment rounds are random. It's just fresh TFT. It's like how every TFT set has been before these legends were introduced.
So as we mentioned, like Game 2, a lot of players took the gamble on strategies they might not be the most familiar with. Here's Stimmy just taking the gamble on...
Random.
Just let's randomize everything. Let's really make it as chaotic as possible. I respect that a lot.
I like it. It adds a little bit of flavor. Variety is the spice of life. You might be playing something that you're not necessarily as familiar with, and I quite like that.
I like that Stimmy's already got Ionia 3 as well. It's one of the strongest early game things, popping an Even Shroud onto the Aurelia. It's not an item you usually see on Aurelia. You usually just don't want to give items to Aurelia, but in the early game, you just slam items and hope for the best. So an Ionia comp is good at buffing these units. I think it gives you 100% extra bonuses when the unit is picked gets picked for the Ionia buff. Let's just look at what augment they pick. Silver Spoon's good for early game dominance. Double win and loss streak is good for just consistent gold thing and all natural. It's okay if you're fielding a comp where you just give items to like 3 or 4 units. Pandora's Bench I would pick though here. This is the main thing that is just... Maybe they've heard me say that now that I've said that. But Pandora's Bench, it's the same thing as last time. You just randomize your items. I do remember center stage now. That was my bad for saying anything. It gives you the Crown of Demacia. It gives you 400 health, a bit of extra damage, and what it means is when you give it to a unit, they, depending on if they're a frontline or backline, they either get health regen in the frontline or damage in the backline. But the funny thing about it is, if a unit has that crown and they die, you instantly lose the round.
And that can be very harmful as well, like when you're trying to build an economy, like... If that unit dies immediately, you haven't got a good start to the round. This is not a good position to work with.
On the Aurelia, it's quite good though because they're quite tanky. But that's what you usually do. You either put it. What I've done in the past is I look at a high damage carry like Azir, like Silco, and I'll throw it on them. But if I have an extremely tanky unit, I'll throw it on that tanky unit just because of the health regen is massive. I think it's scaling percentage health regen every couple of seconds, which is crazy.
We're really building a solid bench up. But what's interesting is the 3 squares on the right are basically any unit put on those 3 squares will be subbed out for a completely random unit in the next round.
So that was my mistake for not noticing the difference between Pandora's bench and Pandora's items. So Pandora's bench, you just put a unit on it and it randomizes that unit in the same cost bracket. So if you put a 1-star unit on it, a 1-cost unit on it, it will randomize to a completely different 1-cost unit. It just helps you build and get characters that you actually need, although it is random, so it's not the most helpful thing.
As we mentioned before, like, this is what's looking to be a complete gamble. Like, they're pretty much gambling on building up a solid unit base early, and they're going to build on, like, as we can see now, they're not really using the bench.
But if you see Warwick here, I think this Warwick might kill the Irelia outright, and that will just end Stimmy's run instantly. You'll see that, Irelia should fall here. Eventually. Oh, he switched perspectives as soon as we got to see. So, Stimmy lost the round, so when that Irelia dies, all the other units just die instantly.
Yeah, they crumble.
So it's a high-risk, high-reward playstyle that you have to facilitate, otherwise you just don't get the payout. A lot of players, though, don't like that risk, and they might just not even put the crown on a unit.
I was going to say, I would not be willing to have that gamble. That would not be going anywhere near any of my units.
I'm a gambling man, you see. As soon as I
That's
know...
That's probably not good, and you should probably see someone about that.
No, in TFT, everything else, I'm very sensible. No.
He is.
Once you get the correct unit on, you know what crowns you want to put on. So if I look at a crown, you're either opting for one of the most tanky units in the game, that being Shen, Nasus, Scion, Sejuani. But if you want it to opt for damage instead, you're going to look at characters like Philios, Kai'Sa, Azir, maybe even a Gangplank. So it's just dependent on what units and comp you're going is where you put the crown. Right now we're seeing Psyduck opt for it for a tanky, sustain, bruiser healer, which is Warwick. And you saw that, took a member of the crown down, the other 2 units just fizzled away.
It's a really solid strategy to work with. Like, if you can pinpoint which of those characters have the crown early on, you can end games very fast.
Oh yeah, this is probably the portal that ends game the quickest, because every round, if you're putting on your front line and as soon as that unit dies, the game just ends like very, very quickly. And as I said earlier, I think in game 1, the damage you take each round is based on how many units are left alive, their star and stuff. So say if you only use 1 unit but is your crown unit, you're going to lose so much health instantly. You could lose between 10 and 20 health even on round 3. It's crazy.
So like putting the crown on an early round unit might not be the best strategy, would you say?
It's dependent, really. If we're seeing what Psyduck's doing, they've opted for Juggernaut 4, which is a very good thing to run with Crown. If I was in the mindset of Cameron right now, I would look at the unit I've got it on and be like, okay, Warwick is a good healer in terms of self-sustain, but you'd much rather wait for Juggernaut 6, put it on a Nasus, who is crazy strong. Juggernaut gives you flat damage reduction based on the missing health of your unit. I think it goes between, the rank 4 that it has, I think it's between 20 and 35%, which is crazy. So on one of these crowned units, it's exactly right. That's my TFT knowledge coming into play right there. But yeah, it's just nice to have on a tanky line, front line. But what I usually opt to do is I'll run a comp like Shurima or maybe even Sorcerer and place it on my highest damage dealing unit, because what it does is it gives you percentage damage increase every single second. I think it's only like 1 to 2% in the early game, but by the end of the game, you're getting 7 extra damage every single second of the round. It's crazy. So it's just depending on team comp.
So as we're looking into the mid-rounds of this two, what we're noticing is Clarky is having another bad start. Would you say 82 health?
See, I don't like counting out a lot of players on the early game. I usually wait till we hit about mid-round 3, and that's when you see who's going to be strongest, who's going to be weakest. And even though that can change very, very quickly depending on team comp, you could go from losing all the way to round 4-5 and then suddenly win the game. It's just depending on how players set themselves out to funnel their comp. So we're looking at people opt for a lot more tankier comps with this crown, just to facilitate the fact that their crown user needs to survive. Whereas if I looked at everyone and they were like, oh, all the people have put their crown on the tank unit, I would go in the complete opposite, putting on a damaging unit in hopes to burst down the person who has the crown and instantly win the round. That's the differing strategies when you go at this. It does make it so the game is quite, there's only 2 ways to play it with crown, but it does mean that a lot of players will be losing a lot of health very quickly.
And there's another solid win there from Cameron. That's pushing him into third place now. Obviously, we'll be heading into, I think, a mob round next round, so hopefully he can pick up some items and really boost up the Juggernaut strategy that is going down.
6 Juggernauts is really, really strong. 50% flat damage reduction is crazy. Once you hit 6 Juggernaut, I'd slap the crown on an Asus, give him a Warmog's armor, give him a Titan's Resolve, and he will just sit there and go bonk, bonk, bonk. He's just the big dog with the big stick. He just wins the round for you. That's what I've done in the past, and it's just a very easy to execute strategy. But we are seeing the likes of, you know, Cameron and Stimmy. They're opting just not only to facilitate the crown, they're facilitating the other units, because that's also just as important as keeping the crown user alive.
What I've noticed is Vivian has also just earned a 2-star Warwick. Now, we don't know their entire exact comp, but you can get a good guess of what it is based on the fact that they're getting a solid amount of wins now, and they've just hit that 2-star Warwick.
Yeah, 2-star Warwick is probably one of the best units in the mid-game. It's just, he gets percentage healing based on how much health he's missing after each attack, and he also gets attack speed depending on how much health he's missing. So he's just there to slap units and hopefully sustain enough to survive fights.
They've hit level 6 early as well.
Okay,
so in a very good position.
Yeah,
in the early game.
But it could be also a detriment to their gold. If they've leveled up this quickly, I want to see how much their economy is on. Because if they've just funneled all their gold into that and they're getting no econ, I'd put them in a worse position off than being level 5 with a high econ. It's just dependent on how the player wants to see.
Yeah, we can see them now.
Yeah, so the level 6 player, they've got no economy, so they're generating about 8 to 9 gold, probably 7 to 8 gold per round, where the likes of Psyduck, who's got 25 gold, they're already getting an extra 2 from economy, plus probably about 7, so they're probably averaging around about 10 gold per round compared to the other player. So I'd actually be in a better position gold financially wise compared to having a higher level wise, but as you see, the level 6 player just completely wipes out.
Completely dominant victory there. They're completely taking control of this early game. They're at 100 health. They've won every game they've had.
That does worry me though, because if you're losing this well in the mid game, you kind of get the false sense of security that you will do well in the late game, and that's not what you want to be in TFT. You want to plan out your early game, plan out your mid game, and plan out your late game, and have a strategy for each one of those phases of the game. Otherwise, if you don't implement the transition from mid game to late game, your team comp takes like a nosedive in terms of strength, and it's sad to see a lot of players. They will get so hyped on the fact that they're on these crazy winning streaks in the early game, and it doesn't transition to the late game, and it is a confidence blow. It's crazy.
Confidence seems to be something that's a hot topic as well, because as we said, you can get a very false sense of security pretty early on, false sense of confidence about how well you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, rounds like that just perfectly highlight it as well. So I think staying humble might be a little bit of a key to success in the mental game as well, because of course, tactics side of this is only part of it, and it's only one of the T's, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But the mental game is, as we said as well, this is going into hour 3 of TFT.
Yeah, this is where players have been looking at this board and playing auto chess for the past 3 hours. They're going to start noticing faults in their strategy.
Yes.
And that's just due to the fact that they I don't want to say they look at the board and they're like, it just phases into one and you get confused, but it does feel like that sometimes. The fatigue does hit you really, really hard. We've seen Stimmy here take on the person in first that just beat Cameron. That Warwick is a giga healer though, but with 4 units against it, they might actually have a chance.
You would hope at this stage though, these players do, like, we expect them to be playing this a lot of the time, like they're practicing for multiple hours a day, so at this point you'd hope that they've got that mental edge to carry them through at least the 3rd round before showing any mental fatigue, because if they show that mental fatigue early, those that aren't facing that as much might snap onto that and might start to really capitalise on any flaws that we're seeing.
Yeah, I've just noticed that Clarky's picked up a level 3 Renekton. I'd like to see if Clarky's actually facilitate the Renekton, because if you're running a Shurima comp, your main people that want the crown are either Nasus and Azir, and they're both 4-cost units, so you're not going to really have them at this stage in the game. So you probably want to slap it on the Renekton just for now to try and ease your way in health gain and health loss. We're looking at the person who actually is... a lot of people are feeling crown on Irelia, which I would not find is optimal, only due to the fact that Irelia, yes, they're quite nice and quite tanky in the first stages of a battle, but once you get to these late game fights, where the damage numbers are just scaling like crazy, Irelia isn't the way to go. As you said, like, I've just predicted it right here. As soon as Irelia just gets pounced on by 4 more units, she just falls very, very easily.
What's interesting is Stimmy's transition to a more Bilge Water focused strategy. Do you think with the Demacia Crown in play, the Bilge Water strategy is necessarily a good thing to go down?
the only issue I see with it is with the crown, and you either give it to a tanky unit that gives you this consistent health regen, or you give it to a backliner that gets this consistent damage ramp. The only people in Bilgewater that facilitate that is Nyla, who doesn't really want the Bilgewater crown because you need the range, you need the rapid fire cannons just for Nyla to be a viable pick. And you don't really want to give it to a tanky unit like Illaoi, so the only person I would, in Bilgewater comp, give the crown to is Nautilus. And they're a Juggernaut, and that already means you have to give up at least 4 of the positions on your board to make the Juggernaut buff worth it. So if you're playing Bilgewater in this type of portal, you've got to hit these higher levels really, really quickly.
Which isn't necessarily what we're seeing here.
No, level 5.
Stimmy's only on level 5.
You should be closing on a level 7 roundabout now.
Yeah, we've already seen players hit level 7, and this is not a good position to be in, I'd reckon.
But Scroll of Knowledge, that's very good. What it does is you can pick one of the emblems that a unit already has. Smack on a Bilgewater person, I would level up to level 6, put in Nyla, and then you get Bilgewater 5. I don't want to say I just predicted what just went down, but that was...
That's pretty solid.
I'll pat myself on the back for knowing that.
A round of applause.
Yeah. They are going up against... I believe that is Psyduck's composition. I think it might be...
That is Psyduck, yeah. It's got staffs on staffs action.
Yeah. Which, you know, they'll probably deal a couple damage to them. I don't know who comes out on top. I believe it probably will be Psyduck, only due to the fact that Irelia isn't the unit that you want the crown on right now. You want it on the Nautilus instead, but we'll just see how it goes.
And you would suggest now, both players, 5th and 6th, like this is not the best start they've wanted.
Yeah, but yeah.
But again, you can really like gamble on a rough start and see if that can hope to build you up in the late game, which we haven't seen so far from Stimmy.
Yeah, what I would do in Stimmy's position is I would take Irelia off the board to put the crown onto Nautilus. That just gives them so much more health regen, and it makes him just a tankier, like a more tanky being. They've opted for a Nyla, which isn't the bad option either. It gives her ramping damage throughout the board, but it's not the items you want on Nyla at all. It just ruins her damage output. I'd like to see what Psyduck comp is doing, though, in terms of if they're going to facilitate the Warwick or if they're going to facilitate the Nasus, because in this position, I would much rather have the Nasus. We are seeing Clarky, the person who won the first game. They've opted for a Bruiser comp. Now, Bruiser with the Crown is very, very crazy, because the Crown gives you percentage health regen. Now, if your unit has a higher health, it means the healing's more higher, and what Bruiser does is it gives Bruiser units max percentage HP depending on how many bruises are, which is crazy. You look at this Cho'Gath and they're probably sitting on about 4,000 HP. So with a crown that's regenerating them about 40 health per second, it's just a very nice payoff for the comp that they're going with.
It's an incredibly solid route to go down as well for Clarky. Like, try and recover from the rough second round and try and really establish yourself as one to watch going forward. As we see yet again, Vivian and Wizzy both high ranked so far. They obviously were the 2 of the top players in round 2. They didn't have the best round 1, but now that they're in that top 3, they can hope to stay there. And if they get top 3, both of them will be looking solid going into round 4 and 5.
Yeah, especially with the standings that it is now. Now, Stimmy going... I know on the mob run the wolves jump at you, so this is the correct way to position your units to kill off the wolves. Won't really matter. I hope they fix up their positioning on the board to the fact that Nyla needs to be... If they don't have a rapid fire cannon, Nyla needs to be in the front 2 positions. Otherwise, she doesn't get that damage output that she needs. So, everyone in this game, I feel as if has opted to associate with the crown that Demacia, that the portal has given them. And if they don't associate with it, I feel like they're going to lose a lot more. It's just the gamble. It's just what unit do you pick to put the crown on that's going to be most efficient. That's the question that in most people's team comps, they don't understand. They don't understand what units are effective with the crown and what units aren't. And that usually is a hindrance to a lot of people's game.
It's looking like these lower players in the rankings haven't really dealt with the crown particularly well, in my opinion. Like...
I don't believe this person, Muth, actually has placed the crown on any of the units, so they've opted to not actually go for that gamble, that risk-reward. So see how they come out on top. This Darius is going crazy.
They are at the bottom of the standings, though, which is a concern. They really need to get this win, which they do.
Yeah.
And now...
Stimmy's in
it's a really bad spot for Stimmy.
Yeah, and we're looking at the likes of Clarky. I feel as if I'm like a broken record. I'm repeating myself. Clarky's gone on a win streak every single game at the start of round 4. That just shows how dominant they are of a player in the mid-game. It's just that transition from mid-game to late game that they've got to execute perfectly.
That might be that mental fatigue setting in. Like, they did play a really long game 1, so whilst they are going on these mid-round win streaks, maybe the longer a game gets, the more they sort of struggle to adapt to the way the meta of the game has gone.
Yeah. I feel as if you're in the position of Stimmy, you might want to go for that Juggernaut crest. Just get the Juggernaut crest, slap it on one of your units, and hope. They've gone for long-distance pals.
They didn't have enough places on the bench for this set.
It's fine. Even if you don't have enough players, it just flies as a little orb on the field. And
Okay.
You can pick it up whenever you want. So that's not the issue there. Long-distance pals just means you're getting a bit more damage output out of the Nyla, which is fine. I wouldn't recommend it if you're in... Ooh, Graves 3, though, and picks up the Nautilus, too. So I would happily maybe even put the Crown onto Nautilus right now, just to have that tanky front line. I know it might mean that you lose rounds earlier, but it might just pay off with how tanky they are.
Yeah, it seems like the Bilgewater strategy isn't a terrible idea, but it's just like with the way the game has adapted and the way that the Crown has really dictated how teams are succeeding, maybe this was just a bad call in the early rounds to start with. It's not going well. They're on 26 HP right now. They're living on a knife's edge yet again.
It's another close game. It's a position that we saw in the previous game that a lot of players, other than the bottom half, they sit the same amount of health, and the top half and the middle half, they're all matching the person they're below and above. They're all on very stable health, and we're looking at the likes of Wizzy. They've just picked up a Nasus 2. Now Nasus 2 is a very strong forecast that you want to put the Crown on and some healing items on it, just to have that beefcake of a front line so that you're not losing out as much health as, other players are losing. Because if you're in the position of Stimmy and Muth, you're kind of looking at it as if I don't stop the bleeding now, I'm just going to lose out very, very quickly. Because 26 health, that's 2 rounds worth of HP.
He has been hemorrhaging health the past couple of rounds. And yeah, as you said, something needs to be done to stem the bleeding. Hopefully this is it, but
we'll just have to see.
potentially if this goes south, I can see it being a bit of a slippery slope.
Yeah, we're seeing that. The Bilgewater comp does do a lot of damage, and it just sweeps out that front line that,
Look at
just
that.
outputted. Yeah, 14 damage. So if you look at Stim, you're like, okay, if I can stop the bleeding and get more unit upgrades, it will be fine. I'll at least get middle of the pack finish, but that's really not where you want to be positioned, even if you are consistent.
Its front runner is looking unlikely now. It does not look sort of even on their horizon. Middle of the pack, I think, is where they should be aiming right now. I think we can write out maybe top 3 finish.
Hey, you never know. These games
True.
can just flip in an instant, just depending on how lucky some people get and what units they're optimizing. It'd be interesting to see maybe if we switch perspectives to Psyduck to see how they're wanting to play their game, because I know they were fielding the Warwick with the Crown and going for a Juggernaut. I don't know if they've actually changed that or not.
Stimmy could very much start thinking that his strategy might not be working as best, so let's start tampering with everyone else's strategy, see if they can really drag people into the chaos.
I mean, I would love to say that's an optimal strategy, as we are looking at Psyduck's perspective. Yeah, Juggernaut 6 is a crazy system you want to be at, and they've just got a massive upgrade. Means one of their items gets to become a Radiant item. Slap them on the Warwick. That Warwick is now just a giga tank,
pretty much
self-healing. They've got Shurima in, they've got Challenger in, they've got Darken in. It's overall a well-rounded team comp, which is tanky and has damage output. I like what they've done. They've kind of taken a composition, taken it apart, and rebuilt something of their own around the Crown usage. We see them go into combat, see what the Warwick does. I would have liked to see maybe instead of the Gunblade, a Rage Blade, just for that extra attack speed, but looks like it might pay out as the main target is this Mordekaiser. So yeah, the composition is working as it's supposed to. It just, how much damage is that? 16 damage.
Big hits to Rex. Rex is on, again, it was dragged down into, after losing that fight to Steam, Rex is now one more loss, and that's pretty much it. The Crown, I don't think they've necessarily dealt with that well. We've got 5 players below 40 health. We got, obviously, Vivian on 40 health. So we are approaching the end game now. Who do you see really coming out on top?
It's really difficult to say, just because I can see anyone between 5th and 1st winning the game. Only due to the fact that Sledgeon was on a win streak. They've just lost, I think, to Clarky. And Clarky's on another winning streak. I think they are running a very strong Shurima comp with level 3 units. So every person, probably top 4, top 5 right now, is in a good position to win the game. It's just what unit upgrades they can get. For the likes of Psyduck right here, they've got to hit Warwick 3, they've got to hit Nasus 2, and they've got to get more tanky items. For maybe the likes of Stimmy, they've just got to have that Bilgewater 7 come into play with a Gangplank, and hopefully from that damage output they can win the game. But look at Stimmy's comp that Psyduck's going against. They have such bruiser-heavy units that just heal a bunch. That Cho'Gath is getting, I think, a crazy amount of health regen on top of it. I think they're averaging about 14% health regen every couple of seconds, so it just doesn't die, which is unfortunate. The fact that a one-cost unit at a level 3 can just be that strong and potent. I wouldn't count Psyduck out, though, just due to the fact that Warwick's healing can also just scale crazily, but I feel as if it might just be a destruction from Clarky.
But it looks like a good return to form, at least for Psyduck. Whilst they've not exactly they don't exactly look like they're going to win the game, but top 3 is still very much on the board. Yeah. Clarky, he might have just been on a win streak this entire round, the 4 round, but yeah, Clarky's in a very good position with 68 health going into the late game.
It's just difficult to say who's going to come on top, because you're looking at the bottom half of the leaderboard, and none of them have still fallen.
No.
Like, Stimmy's now higher than Psyduck, and you kind of look at it as like 8 players still alive going into round 5. It's as if most players have this strategy that is working, although I don't think it will outshine the top 4. Because in this type of game, with this type of portal, the top 4 coming into round 5 are going to be the ones to watch, only due to the fact that they've established a build around the crown, and it's working for them.
We could very much easily see, though, the bottom 6 could fall within the next, 2 rounds.
Oh,
All of them are below 27 health P.
We could have a crazy round where 3 people even get knocked out. You just don't know how it's going to go, because due to the fact that, the people in the bottom 4, they're still alive.
I think it's going to be interesting how this is going to be very sort of shaking up the overall leaderboard. Not in terms of this game, as the overall tournament. Because as we said, if Psyduck can get another really good finish, he had the 2nd in round 1. Yeah, middle of the pack, not great, game 2. But if he can have a sort of strong finish on this, he's put himself in really good standing, points-wise, overall.
Dimmy just dealt 15 damage to Psyduck. Did you just commit Caster Curse?
Commentators curse straight away.
I frequently commit Caster Curse. I
But you're just talking about Psyduck coming in, and then, Staff's opposition, Stimmy, who's now on a 5-game win streak, just dealt 16 damage
you
crazily.
Hear that? Those are the Caster Police sirens. They've come to take me away. So if you don't see me again next game, you know that they've sent me to Caster Purgatory.
As I mentioned when, the start of 4, Stimmy really, ideally, wants to drag players into the chaos, which is what is done now. Now
Matt,
that's 3rd.
Talk us through, because I just saw you put your head in your hands looking very confused.
Okay.
Why are you so scared?
The only reason I'm scared is you've taken the... I know the Warwick wasn't necessarily working for Psyduck right now in terms of the crown user, but they've given it to Samira. Now, Samira as a unit, what I can see the plan that maybe Psyduck's implementing. They're waiting to get a Kaiser who can replace this Samira to put them in. But just giving a unit that doesn't have any items the crown is not worth it at all. I know you want to protect it and make it feel safe.
To throw you off.
You're looking at a unit like Fiora.
Maybe he's being a little silly goofy.
Yeah, that silly goofy just got him killed.
Yep.
And Wizzy takes down Psyduck.
Yeah,
Wizzy, again, got dragged into the chaos. Wizzy had a very good round 2, and now they're right back in to the fight in round 3.
3 players knocked out that round.
Steamoy, however...
There you go. Go up to level 8.
They've dragged everyone into the chaos, except for Clarky and Slayer John. They're just sitting pretty in the top 2. They'll probably remain there for the rest of the game, I'd reckon. That's still a very good show.
Disgrace Cameron has wandered over to us as well.
Yeah, I feel as if it was going so well until it just fell. And the only reason I could see it falling was because everyone else has optimized a 4-cost unit to hold the crown. Whereas, unfortunately, Psyduck didn't have the opportunity to put it on a 4-cost unit due to the nature of the comp they were building. So if you're looking at like Stimmy, they fielded it around this heavy 4-cost damage dealer of Nyla, and then built a comp around it, Bilgewater 7. Look how much damage these cannons are doing. They're wiping out the likes of an crazy strong Shurima comp. Oh, and I spoke too soon.
What is it with this cast?
I don't know. It kind of looked like Stimmy was going to win, and then that Azir actually has the crown. So if you look at the items they have Noxus crown. This means that it classes as a Noxus unit. Noxus unit is giving it health, attack damage, and attack speed. Then Dual Gauntlet is giving it AP, its abilities can now crit, and then it's getting the crown with the Demacia portal, which is giving them infinitely scaling AP damage.
Ouch.
So about 10 seconds into combat, that Azir is doing the most amount of damage out of all the units in this game.
That wasn't necessarily too bad of a loss, though. They only took 10 points of health, so they're still sitting in 3rd place. That's still good to be in the final standings.
Yeah.
For the carousel round, who do you think would benefit here?
I don't know,
From this
because a lot
cohort?
of people have already maxed out their emblems that they were trying to go for. They've got on those gold emblems. Nyla 2 already being picked up as well for Stimmy, which is crazy. They should pick up the Nautilus here and hopefully roll for... Pick up both Nautiluses. There's another one in your shop. You get level 3 Nautilus on the next round. Please tell me they should... What they should do is sell the MF, pick up the Nautilus, and hope that you get a Nautilus 3. That's the only way that, you know, tanky unit can actually be optimal, is once they hit level 3, you may even give them the crown just to be that beefcake front line and have Bilgewater 7 do all the damage. That's the only way I can see this comp being fully optimized. Whereas we're looking at the player who's they're playing against, which is the person in 4th, they've optimized for this crazy
This could be for elimination here.
This is for elimination, I think. Although, if Stimmy doesn't lose that much, I could see where they won't die at all. But I feel as if Stimmy
Ooh.
wins these.
Stimmy's really got this, and Stimmy takes down.
Yeah, 12 damage exactly.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Guarantees 3rd place finish, which is really what I needed.
There you go. And now,
Representing staffs.
so now you look at the likes of Slayer, John, and Clarky. Clarky still hasn't lost a game since about round 4. So
I'd
how
even say
strong
round
is that
3, like,
comp?
Clarky has completely dominated this round. He's
The
probably going to
oh
take
my word,
round
that
3,
Cho'Gath
which
is so scary.
getting 2 wins on the board in only a 5-round contest is incredibly strong, even after a rough round 2.
I'm just, in my mind, I'm sighing just because of how big that Cho'Gath is. It's going to be impossible to kill. No matter what you do, unless you have the likes of that Isaiah bursting through it. But even then, I don't think it's enough.
It's like, realistically, if Clarky gets a win here and another strong showing in round 4, they could take it before we even play the
They've
final
just
game.
hit Milio 3. That's an enchanter there who's just got on a giant buff to their stats. But no, that Cho'Gath, and a Sejuani too. Clarky's just on a roll. Look
And they're
how big
about to
that
find them.
Cho'Gath is.
Oh boy.
That's the thing with the crown. It's got 3 health regen units. It's probably getting about 20% health regen a couple seconds.
We are
It's not
expecting
going to die.
complete annihilation here.
Like, it's just going for it. It's just eating through the packs. Just
But it's not as
oh my, what?
Clarky gets taken down. That's a big surprise.
Oh.
Stimmy right
Boy.
back into this game.
Okay, yeah. It's because of the Demon Slayer item they have. It gives 60% extra damage against units above, I think, 3,000 health.
Jeez.
So,
Stimoy is playing
oh,
a long- he played
1,600.
the
I
long
was
game.
completely wrong.
amazingly here.
Yeah, Stimmy has made a composition to deal with the Cho'Gath, although it is quite risky because due to Cho'Gath's nature, their ultimate ability, it eats an opponent's unit for a percentage amount of health. It could be, I think it's a crazy amount of true damage. So if Cho'Gath gets on the Nyla and eats them, that's game over for Stimmy.
Ooh.
So out of these 3 players, I actually like Stimmy's chances a crazy amount.
And that's something we were talking about. We were like, oh, you know, Stimoy lost a lot of health really, really early on. It's looking a little miserable. We don't see him pushing the upper echelons. And again, we've jinxed it.
Yeah, I say pick up
With
the Bramble.
anti-jinxed.
Yeah, pick up the Bramblevest, put it on the Nautilus, slap him in the front line, and hope for the best. You just
Slap him
gotta
in the
have,
front line, slap him up.
huh?
Slap him
Yeah.
in the front line, slap him up.
Yeah, and I would roll here. You're not gonna level up, so I'd roll for Nautilus 3 and hope and pray you hit it. Does he hit it? Does he hit it? Does he hit it? Does he hit it? No. Okay. It's fine. You've still probably got 1 more round's worth of health just to deal with it. But the likes of, you know, Slayer, John here, they've opted for a spread out worth of damage. They've opted for Malzahar to have the crown. So that means the AP damage on the backline of this Void composition is going to be really, really strong.
I was about to mention a Stimmy win here would drag Slayer John into the danger zone,
So
but
1 versus
it's
3
looking
worth of
very
units.
close.
I think he actually does it.
Oh,
The
Does
wow.
take this.
Nyla does so much damage.
Stimoy.
If you look at the damage graph
Oh,
on the
look
side...
at that. He's emoting as well.
Oh, some PM. No, if you looked on the
He's
damage graph
feeling
on
it.
the side, Nyla herself did 12,000 damage, and the Bilgewater trait did 10,000 damage. So between a trait and a unit, that's 22,000 damage dealt.
He's got this. Come on, Stimoy. Stimoy for the win.
Nyla is essentially carrying Stimmy's party to an extent.
Oh, there's an Alawi
No,
3. That's a nice consolation prize, but you really need the Nautilus 3. Although there's
It's
a
very
Gangplank
dangerous,
there. Gangplank's the final Bilgewater unit. I'd happily put them in instead of TF.
Other players will be happy with their positioning in round 3 because
Yeah.
it really gives them a chance to build on round 4 now. They might look to head to that because Clarky's so far ahead of everyone in terms of health
Yeah,
that maybe it's worth just sort of
I'm just giggling
not
to
even
myself.
bothering with.
That Cho'Gath is way too big for this game.
Except the fact that you're not getting first, get the 6 or 7 points, and solidify yourself as a front rower for the
Oh
tournament.
my
This
gosh.
is nuts.
This is insane.
Stimmy actually just took down. Although Clarky wouldn't lose any health in that round due to the fact that it was the clone of his army. So how TFT works is when you don't have an actual alive opponent, you go against a clone army of one of the existing players.
Okay.
So Clarky actually pays off there because they don't lose health. But now, all 3 games we've been in a 1v1 scenario, and here we are again: Stimmy versus Clarky.
Clark's still got a lot of health on them, which is the concern.
That's the concern. At 56 HP, like that's
This is a very
incredible.
uphill battle,
And just
but
got to level 9 as well.
like it's incredible in the late rounds like this, 6-3 to be on 56 health. That's
really
unprecedented.
good going. And I feel so bad for Stimmy. They've rolled about 30, 40 gold. They've not hit a single Nautilus. And they've not got that level 3 Nautilus that they need.
Maybe it's a case of just accepting the
Accepting
second place
their
here.
fate.
I
It's not
would
necessarily
never
a
accept
bad
the
thing.
second place. I feel as if as soon as the Cho'Gath has the crown, it's the main target. As soon as it dies, you win this game. Let's just see if Stimmy can actually do it here.
Issue is they need to take down this Cho'Gath like 4 or 5 separate times to even like get a chance of winning this game.
Oh, and did I forget to mention that if Cho'Gath kills a unit when it eats them, he permanently gains health, and that's the
game.
game.
Ah,
So Clarky,
Yet another win.
that puts
you
him
know
in a-
what? That was an absolutely brilliant show from Stimo, though. I think
Definitely.
we were talking. There was like, there's no way they pull this back. And even though they unfortunately come away only second there, I'd take that. That was an absolutely incredible turnaround.
Yeah, especially when you're got to about 30 HP round 4, I think it was, and to last another two and a bit rounds to just build yourself back and take down some of the stronger players like Psyduck, like the Void composition. It's just nicely well played. It wasn't necessarily a crazy showing. They built Bilgewater 7 and just rolled with it. It was just a nice, consistent showing.
I think they took advantage of the fact that not everyone really played well with the Demacia crown.
That's also
really
true.
came in clutch for them because they recognised early which units had the crown and targeted those specifically and built around. Again, we saw them; they beat the Cho'Gath a few times.
Yeah.
So the fact that they could do that on such a strong unit and still take them down was impressive metagaming from them.
Even with the awful luck on the rolls.
Oh, even if they got Nautilus 3, I could see a different style of game, and they could have actually taken it. But you kind of look at it, and you see that Stimmy, the first 2 games they got on a slow start and got second from, looked like the jaws of defeat. I think they were in 7th place at one point.
Yeah, it
There was
was
7th place for
rough.
most of the game.
It just means that for the next 2 rounds, games 4 and 5, they can have a very dominant showing, and I'd be happy to see that.
It is, and fatigue's got to be setting in, but we still have 2 more games to go. Potentially game 4 could decide a victor. We don't know yet. It will be, all 5 games will be played, but game 4 could be a really interesting one, and they've started to get to know their opponents now. So this is when it starts getting a bit mental games as well as the sort of tactics. But that's about all from us. I believe Matt and I are actually being escorted to Caster Prison. So we will not be coming back
We've
after this break.
committed so much Caster Curse that
Yep.
unfortunately we do have to leave just a tad bit early. But
Yep.
the next 2 games are in very safe hands. We've always
They
got Ian
are
and
indeed.
a
We won't-
special guest caster.
Yeah, we won't
Yeah.
spoil who, so that'll be a little surprise, sort of incentive to come back after the break as well. But that is going to be all from myself.
And me, it's been a pleasure to cast here. TFT
It
will
is.
always be my bread and butter, so it's good to see an event here, especially partnered with Haia.
Absolutely, I've been absolutely incredible, esports Wales as well. But unfortunately, that is going to be us on a break. So you will see our wonderful Motor Sonic and our guest, sort of caster, in game 4 and 5 later. But have a wonderful evening and enjoy the break, and we will see you shortly.
And welcome back to the Haia Esports Challenge in association with Esports Wales. We're about to hit round 4 of our TFT challenge, and unfortunately we've had to say goodbye to Matt and Lena. With me is typically our audio guy, is Will.
Hi, I'm Will. I'm normally the audio guy behind well, not behind the camera, to the side. Yeah, it's been a good event so far. Watching the games from back there.
From the perspective of the audio guy, like, you've not been seeing the games from our perspective, but from where you're where you were sitting, what are your thoughts so far on the positioning of the leaderboard? Obviously, we've got Clarky on 20 points right now. He's in a strong position. A strong position from him could win him net him the win for the entire tournament. What's your thoughts on the game so far?
It's been pretty close. I do play a bit of TFT. I should probably put that out there. I have played the game before. But it's been really close. It's not been like Clarky's not run away with it. No one's kind of ran away with anything. So it's been quite interesting to watch, just like variety of different team comps.
From round 4, then, what are you necessarily looking forward to in going, like, for round 4, what are you necessarily looking forward to in terms of team compositions? We've seen a lot of Demacia plays in the early games. In the last game, we saw Bilgewater pretty much nearly steal the show after the Demacia crown pretty much ruined a lot of people's rounds. What are you necessarily looking forward to in terms of team composition?
I'm looking forward to, well, we'll see Demacia, we'll see Void. I'm looking to see if, I think what's going to bring it down to it is the augment. Can't actually remember the round start. We saw with that Demacia crown. I think that's what's going to bring it down to what composition is the winner. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of how that shakes out, because we've got people that are very good at playing and adjusting various compositions.
As we see now, we're heading into the game now. We've got, looks like, Battle of the Sands, Presidium Library, and Rock and Rollin'. What necessarily would those entail in terms of the shape of round 4?
I think it's going to be quite interesting. Battle of the Sands, which seems to be what most people are kind of going towards, is like the augment we saw last game, Pandora's Bench, where it will randomly change the free...
the bench players.
The free benched champion. So that's what we're going to. So basically, if you watched the last round, saw, as you can see, the last 3 slots on the bench will randomise the
each team comp, yeah.
Yeah,
and
team
they're doing that again for this round as well. So then we get the early Shurima.
Shurima.
They get the early Shurima comp. Whether they stick with that isn't a different story, but
Yep.
for this early round, it should be fine.
Yeah, it
Just
could
get-
be interesting. We could see people like if you see an early forecast or I think it's level 5 or 6, you get a 1% chance for a legendary champion.
Nice. 7, you get 1%. 8% gets much better for the higher costs.
Yeah, so you could see once we get to like level 7, people picking any legendary as trying to turn it into something for their team comps. They might go for
So-
something riskier.
The question I'm going to pose to you is, as we're about to see, we're on heading 1.3.
Yep.
What necessarily, like, which player do you necessarily think is going to take this round? Just as a whole, which player from this early game? We don't know all the perspectives yet. Just throw out a gamble.
I would say currently watching Street, and it's interesting because I don't think now normally if you're playing to kind of win the round in TFT, you would level up to level 4, and that's not something they're doing. So I would say that they might be playing to lose, to set up a loss streak, or to kind of save gold. Because normally, obviously, this is 1.3, so the next round will be the round that we go to for the first kind of PvP round, as it were. So I thought it was thought it was this round.
The loss
So-
streak definitely helped in the last game. They managed to steal a second place essentially from the rest of the party by just getting that low health rate and dragging everyone into the chaos with them.
Yep, actually, it's very interesting. They got the Noxus emblem early, which is really good. Noxus, basically what it does, it gives you a stat buff to all your Noxus champions for each opponent that you've either beaten in a round or is out of the game. So I would expect to see them sell, level up, put a 4th champion on, get some Juggernaut in for good kind of early.
We've not necessarily seen too much Noxus. We've been seeing a lot of Void, we've seen a lot of Demacia.
Yeah.
What necessarily do you think, with Noxus coming forward, like, is that necessarily a playstyle that fits in this meta?
It's not. You can run it. It's like a pretty good comp. You just have to get wins early. You have to beat everyone on the board once to get the full bonus, and that's kind of the big thing.
And it's looking like that's going to happen right now. They're taking the win. By the looks of things, it's an early round win against Vivian.
Yeah, that's another. So it's not comp. It could be. The thing is, I can't remember his name. The guy. I just know him as the strategist guy.
Yeah.
He flexes on quite a few. He's got
As a
3.
Swain, yeah.
Yeah, Swain. I don't play League, so I only
I
know
don't think either of us
TFT.
do, yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting to I don't think Noxus does anything until you win something. It might give you a very small bonus.
It's looking like a strong start, though.
Yeah.
To get the early win. Gives you a bit of a boost in mentals, but from here on out, you might see them start to lose a couple more building economy up, and maybe employ the same strategy that net them such a positive round 2.
Yeah.
In sort of, let's lose all our health and burn them on the crackback.
Well, it's interesting you say that with Noxus. I would say they aren't going for that this time. They are going to try and win. We're saying that. I think we've casted Curse. May have done a bit of a caster Curse.
We've anti-jinxed it yet again.
Yep.
Swain looks like he's dealing them a lot of damage. If this is going to be another round win for Stimway.
Possibly.
Looks like it.
Looks
Damage
like
is being dealt high enough.
Oh, yeah, no.
No.
Yes, that's unfortunate.
A close
don't
loss,
wanna-
they only lose 2 HP though, so it's not too much of a problem.
Yeah, it has reset the win-loss streak.
Yeah. In this early rounds, like, you either want to be getting a win streak, you want to be getting a loss streak. You don't want to keep mixing and matching. From what I've learned. So, ideally, from here on out to like 3, you'd want to be getting consistent wins or consistent losses.
Yep.
You don't want to keep flip-flopping, especially with a carousel coming up.
Oh yes, definitely.
You're going to be high up on that carousel anyway from Stim's position, so you're not going to necessarily get your desired pick.
Yep. Yeah, that is definitely a problem with. So he's got they're going to be. Chances are last on the carousel if we swap to Psyduck's view here, who has gone for Juggernaut Vanquisher. So pretty good. Interesting early comp.
It's been a comp that we've seen a few times
Yep.
so far this tournament. But again, they'll deal the damage early game. They'll take it.
Yeah, you can see their opponents managed to get a Void. Already got kind of 2 stars and Void units, and therefore their Void critter, like little critter, is already 2 stars. That increase, I think, it's 25% per star kind of rank up on each Void champion you have on the field.
So as we mentioned before, as we go through this carousel stage, we can't unfortunately see everyone from Esports WoW's perspective. However, the viewers at home can use the Haia platform to view their individual perspective on each individual channel. It's one of the benefits of the Haia platform. So you can see each individual players, including Psyduck and Stimmy, as well as our own perspective.
Yep, and I can see here, I believe Psyduck might have an augment that's buffing their Vanquishers. I want to say that is some sort of Vanquisher buff. I don't know them by the icons just yet. I might be wrong. Unfortunately, I want to say it might be.
Maybe a few players away from keyboard, they might just be prepping. They might just be just scoping out the opponents, seeing what everyone else is looking at. One of the benefits of TFT is, whilst there's no dedicated observer client, there is a method in-game in which you can view your own opponents, which is a necessary tool, to be honest. Player knowledge in strategy games, especially like competitive ones like these, are always one of the most important factors. If you understand your opponent's comps early enough, you can add a strat around that.
So yeah, it's interesting. Psyduck unfortunately losing there. So they got I think they basically just need a fourth Juggernaut, which they've got with the Nautilus there. So they're going to be a bit more tanky in the back. And then I believe basically the Vanquishers will be able to. They've got that increased crit chance and crit damage.
From here, though, I would say like you can maybe spend the next couple of rounds focusing on trying to get to level 6. So by the next carousel, you want to be level 6.
Yeah.
Ideally. So you can at least so you don't fall behind the rest of the pack. And then you can start focusing on building to level 8 so you get the higher cost champions.
Yeah, you can see their economy isn't doing great. They have 4 gold, so they're not getting any interest. So it's interesting to say just kind of start saving gold just to put it in the bank and make some money to be able to kind of level up. Because it's only 2-6, so...
Only 2-6, no, but again, this early game really sets the pace for where we are seeing each individual comp, each individual play style, what they want to necessarily focus on in terms of how they want to end up in the late game. So in the last game, Stim, we lost a lot of health early. We pretty much wrote them out from the start, and then ended up finishing second. Like, they dragged everyone back in because they just understood the Demacia crown better than everyone else. Is there necessarily something here in which a player like Psyduck or Rex can necessarily latch onto and drag everyone back into their own positions?
Not yet. The kind of basically the augment is currently kind of basically what's got the kind of Pandora's bench that's currently in play it doesn't kind of work in the same way as the Master Crown, where it's kind of a slow burn throughout the game. Obviously, if you are able to get like, if you want a certain legendary, you want like a high cost legendary unit and one drops, you can buy it. I believe take it out the pool, especially it's from like another player's comp, and then kind of hopefully get like a really early like Lashante if you're playing Shurima. I'm sure that was a big kind of base 1 game 1, something like that really early one that can help. But it's not like the message round where like you can just, if you get that, well, I think it was a demon, so it was a radiant version. That does a percentage bonus to enemies above a certain amount of health, which that's massive when you've got like these giant HP boosting items running around. And it basically counters the health regen in a way.
Another question I will pose to you is like, as we started round 2, they saw a gentleman's agreement come in place with no Earth.
Yep.
Do you necessarily think that's a good thing to be working on? Like, Earth typically, like, it's an overpowered, now from what I've understood.
Yep.
Would you necessarily think it's a good thing to keep that gentleman's agreement in place?
Yeah.
If you're, like, struggling in the back end?
So the thing with Earth is, it's something that everyone would probably pick. There's a handful that people see. Sonic's here running the Poro, which it doesn't do anything. But here, I believe that's Master Yi, which is basically damage bonuses. Which is an interesting one. Normally, you do see those item-based legends. With Earth, the thing with Earth is it does make stuff like this Vanquisher Juggernaut comp. There isn't like a big. You see these. Basically, every TFT game, like your strat normally revolves around you being level 8, and then level 9 is like something you go to beyond that. So you see stuff like Noxus here with a max of 9. I don't believe there isn't 9 Noxus units, so you have to use emblems. Which you either there's comps like that you can craft them with a rare item called Spatula, which we had one before, a Tactician's Crown. 2 spatulas basically gives you an extra team slot. But a lot of the time, if you want to like max out those emblems and get those like really big bonuses, you have to use the equipable emblems. And Earth just kind of gives you them for free, which massively improves stuff like Noxus, stuff like Void. So being the gamble of going kind of for Noxus or Void and hoping for that emblem to get you kind of across the line, that's lessened significantly by Earth. So Sharuma's a big one as well. Because the thing with Sharuma is, even if you somehow max it out, if you have a Sharuma emblem and you give it to another character, they get the buff. And the buff is probably better than every other item in the game combined, except for very specific circumstances, like that Demon Slayer was last game against kind of the Demetia crown, because it doesn't do kind of percentage-based anything like percentage-based damage. Earlier, I don't think they took it, but there was red buff, which is basically that's another way of getting through something like that. Or a big kind of tanky character is it's basically a percentage-based damage over time effect.
So, as we've mentioned prior, like, we're in round 4 now, we're coming to the tail end of the tournament. How is mental fatigue setting in for some of these players? Because, as we've seen, Rex had an okay start to the game. He's lower than 50 HP right now, which, in a round like 3, we're about to hit 3-4, we're about to hit another carousel. If you're on 46 HP in this low in a game, like this early, is that necessarily a strong thing? Depending on team comp?
So we should probably say we can't see Rex's board. It could be they're running something like, I think it's is it not Piltwater.
Piltwater, yeah.
Piltover. It could be that's part of their strategy. But overall, like it's been quite a few hours, quite a few games of TFT against the same people. It might be because these are, on the whole, kind of good players. I think it might more be how deep is their strat book. How deep, like how many team comes through can you see? You can see this on Simi, I believe. You'll see these little icons above, mainly Demetia champions. They're kind of the go-to solo queue comp for a lot of people. You can save a build on the client, a bit like an item set in League. And it'll go, this is your champion you want to buy. I don't know if it's by level. I'm going to be honest, I don't tend to use it. But it's going to be how many comps do they know? Because people, if they're playing a comp that they know they can like build into someone that's it's a shared pool of champions. So if you're able to like work in someone's super important champion into your comp and get it early, and like stockpile it, you don't have the room to stockpile it for the sake of taking it from them. You would have to fill your entire bench.
As we're seeing, like Rex, they do have a pretty solid bench lineup, but they're just not necessarily winning the games they need to win.
No.
And again, Caster's Curse, they just take down Stimmy here, but is that necessarily a good thing right now? Because you can quite easily like build up that economy, level up fast, and then keep re-rolling for high cost numbers by the time we get to the next carousel.
Maybe I'm just worried because they've gone Noxus, and obviously we can't unfortunately hover over the Noxus emblem, which is the only way of telling how many people they've actually beat. It's different players that they've beaten. So if they've lost against most of them, they won't be getting the full Noxus effect, which is a big deal.
But as we're saying, like the more experienced players, I'm gonna guess right now is like Clarky, Wizzy. They're very much taking control of the early game.
Yeah.
They're last until the late game. Again, we throw Cameron in there as well. He's having a much better performance than even he expected. Came in as a late stand-in. I don't think he expected to do as well as he's been doing. So we'll just see how well these players, the more experienced players, are. Like, you can see the difference in quality between them.
Yeah, you can, and I think, honestly, I think it's actually been a really close tournament overall. You can see how long the games have gone on for. If you like solo queue a random game for TFT, you can be in and out in 20, 25, 30 minutes.
About 25, 30 minutes, yeah.
And we've had like near 40-minute games. Like
both
constant.
games Clarky's won. You could generally say he wants to play the long game.
Yeah,
Like,
oh yeah,
all of
definitely.
these, he'd much rather drag these games out and really like tire out the opponent's pool, tire out the opponent's mental state, and really just try and win from all angles. Whereas a player like Stimmy, like, yeah, they're playing the long game as well, but it's in a different facet in the case of they want to get rid of players early and then drag out the games against the higher rated people.
Yeah, I think you're right there. 'Cause I think I think that kind of massively, and that's also part of the effect that we have. You do that given a high rank unit as part of this kind of Pandora's effect that we've got on. I just want to point that out. But I think what we've got is quite a few players, especially when you start playing TFT, new players, they tend to have issues in the late game. So if you're building comps and you can sustain them really easily into the late game, you can kind of basically wear down that advantage that like a less experienced players built up early mid game and come back and win from kind of behind, which we almost saw last round.
That's what we're seeing this now with Stimmies. Like, they've got a very solid economy. They've got over 50 gold. They're close to hitting level 7. They want to ideally hit level 8 by the end of this batch of combat sessions. So they've got a good chance of getting some higher cost players that would realistically boost the Noxus stats, boost the Juggernauts, boost the Rogues. I don't know how many Rogues there would be available to them, but again...
There is a Rogue crest.
Yeah, there's a Rogue crest.
Rogue, I believe, is attack speed. I want to say off the top of my head.
That could be a comp that they go down for now, a Noxus Rogue.
Could be.
They don't go for that.
Although, considering they just got rid of the augment, I don't think that's what they're going for.
Would that have been a play you would have gone for?
Rogue's an interesting one. I think because they are now winning with Noxus. So I don't think, because it only goes up to 4. It'll show up as a gold emblem. So you're kind of limited unless you can get, if Earth was in the game, for example, and you wanted to go like 4 rogues, you could take that emblem and then maybe get like a tome from Earth and then get that rogue, that additional rogue emblem. But especially when you've got Noxus in, you're probably going to want to put those emblems towards something like Noxus over Rogue's comparatively smaller bonus.
And as we're in round 4 now, we're in 4-2, and we've hit that point now where Clarky just gets his mandatory win streak. He's pretty much hit a win streak in every session 4 we've got throughout the tournament. Psyduck's also hit a win streak as well. That's going to be really positive going into the carousel. They're going to be higher picking, but that's just good for them.
Yep. Also, to point out there, speaking of rogues, there was a rogue that Snowy didn't have. I think it was his own, and they haven't bought them. So I think they're just kind of. I think there might just be 2 rogues in
from the rogue
Noxus.
strategy into something else.
Yeah, I think there might just be 2 rogues.
And that's something you've got to admire about some of the higher level players. They can adapt on the fly. They can realise, okay, maybe this style of play isn't working. If I can expend a few rounds, not lose too much health, I can maybe veer towards a different strategy that might net me the win. it's what we saw in round 3. Stimmy just adapted on the fly, dragging everyone into the chaos, and then just realised where they needed to be in order to hit that one shot that takes down first place player. Obviously they didn't win the round, but still, this is a really good showing from Stimmy ever since the rough start, let's say.
The rough start, yep. Saved up gold, bought levels, managed to get some good high-tier units.
It's a positive start from them.
Yep.
See, Psyduck are also on 51, another healthy economy. We hit the carousel now. Which of these legends do you necessarily think would benefit our players that we expect down right now?
I want to say... okay. I was going to say legendaries, but I believe they've already gone. I want to say that Psyduck might go for the Mordekaiser. Very good late-game juggernaut. So they're going to be going for the Mordekaiser there, and it's going to be... should help. Just kind of 5 out of 6 juggernauts. Interestingly, no Warwick.
The
So
positive strat they're going towards, they're going for a more Ionia focus.
they just sold Mordekaiser.
Okay.
wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that.
No, they
Gonna
could have
be
very
honest.
easily gone down an Ionia Juggernaut
Yeah.
build towards that. I don't know whether that's... So from what I've seen, Ionia Vanquish is more popular.
Yep,
as well
there's
as
Vanquisher there.
Demacia's Slayer. Those are the 2 ones I see the most in terms of meta builds.
Yeah.
This is a bit sort of out there. Rogue strategies might work, but they also fall hard.
Yeah. I think the rogue. I think they may have just picked up a rogue.
Yeah. What I mean by rogue strategies is not like rogue as in the...
Oh, rogue.
Rogue
Sorry.
is in like not what you typically expect from the meta.
Yeah, I think someone else might have gone Ionia, so I think they've kind of shifted to Juggernaut Vanquisher, but they've obviously kept the Ionia there, so if they can go for their normal strat, they can go into it.
It's clearly working for them right now.
It is working for them.
Like, we're going to start to see players drop off soon. Rex, he's not really been in this game at all.
No,
But he's on 7 HP, but did get a 2-star Cassiopeia.
I think it might have been a
That's-
3-star.
That's not... I don't think it's going to help. They got a 2-star Nyla as
Oh,
well
yeah.
on Vivian. They're still in with a good shot at this, I reckon.
Yep.
Like, 19 health, we've seen already, like, you can drag out like 19s and 24s to, like, the end game.
You could win from
You
19, 20, 24 health. 7...
Not so much. Not
Unless you've just got, like, you've brought, like, a massively OP build online now.
You see Wizzy, again, top of the leaderboard right now. They're facing Psyduck, and it's looking like a dominant win from Wizzy.
Yep.
They're one of the more consistent players from Esports Wales, them Clarky. Pretty much dominating this round as well.
Oh, yeah, Clarky's definitely... Do we know what Clarky needs to win the tournament?
I believe
this
it's just, I think it's top 3 position.
round? Top 3, so they're
I
currently...
guess, at the very least.
Because they're currently quite a bit ahead of everyone else except
Clarky
for first
is
place.
still on that win streak. It seems like every round he's in, he gets a win streak in the 4s. We're about to hit the mob round now. What items do you necessarily think would turn the tide in the favour of our staff's uni representatives?
I would say... So I think Psyduck needs anything. You'll know that there is a lot less items flying around than some earlier games. Psyduck, I believe, is running Poro as a... Oh, no. I can't actually see what they're running. They're not running Poro. That's... sorry, that's Stimmery. We'll see there's a lot less items being thrown around. Not as many augments that can kind of give them... or kind of basically affect they're throwing extra items in. So basically something like it's a very physical focused comp. You see the Infinity Edge. That's a big thing. Infinity Edge and I think that's Fist of Justice, the Omnivamp. That's a massive buff on Alice, so she's going to be critting everything, and she's going to be taking. They're going to be taking like. Basically doing more damage and also regenning health from that damage. So it's Omnivamp. I think he also includes mana.
It's looking like we could see another kill here, right?
Oh yeah,
Petra could be
that's
going
a
down right
massive power spike for the Nyla. And also the Zarya,
Pedro
who's already...
just survives. Skin of their teeth. Rex is unfortunately gone, though. Rex
Gone
is out
already?
-14.
Minus
We
14,
have
they got absolutely
Vivian and
steamrolled.
Pedro on like 5 and 3 respectively. This is a bad spot for them. We could be seeing a very fast end to the game right now. We need to be seeing some level 8s, though, from the likes of Stimmy and Psyduck.
I do wonder who Rex lost to. I want to say it might be one of the top two, because you do have minus health. And
Yeah.
minus 14 is a lot at any point of the game.
They were on 1 health, though.
Oh, they're
Bear in
actually
mind.
on,
Yeah,
on straight 1 health?
They were on 1 health. They survived on like 14 to 1. And then
Okay.
just got completely demolished in the last game.
Okay, so yeah, we're saying the Nylon with like 2 items and this level 1 is almost doing as much as the Zarya that has 3 items and is level 2. And one of those items is Rage Blade. So you see how big that Nylon was doing. I believe she did unfortunately die, but still have the Zarya. So like 2 big damage.
This is another big win from Psyduck. That's
Another
a
big-
lot of damage dealt.
Yeah, 2 big sources of damage there now. 2 good high cost units that are kind of built up.
I believe that ends Clarky's win streak. Clarky's win streak is
Yes.
finally over.
That was Clarky's win streak.
However,
so.
there's still such a gap between the top 2 and, say, like, Stim, who's on 21 now. This seems to be his wheelhouse. But, again, this is looking very good for Clarky to just take the entire thing right here.
I was just going to say that Nasus is one of the tankiest units in the game, and we're adding Juggernaut on top.
We've not really seen much of a change in build composition, though, from Cameron. Like, we've seen 4 Juggernaut, 3 Vanquisher, 3 Ionia for pretty much the past couple of rounds. Like, is there anything you'd really change in this to give Cameron a fighting chance into getting a top 2 position?
No, I don't think I would, to be honest. Currently, the only thing is, I don't think the Warwick's worth it for level 6 Juggernaut. Obviously, we did just see Clarky clap back and absolutely stomp that one. I think they may have also had their build come online. And it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Cam needs to get to level 8, get that Nessus on the field. It's an interesting one. I don't believe it will. It's basically just going to be super tanky.
Yet we see yet another player fall, Pedro. Unfortunately, leaving on -9, lost the last round.
So I find that very interesting that Psyduck has not picked up the Juggernaut emblem from that carousel.
Do you think that would it have a negative impact going? Because realistically, 31 health, that's not a lot of damage he really has to play with. Like,
Nope.
two wins, 2 losses could be dangerous. Stimmy's also riding that sort of
So he's also
2
riding.
loss sort of gateway. Like, you lose 2 games here, like that's it.
Yeah,
Esports Wales looking very healthy going into the later rounds.
yeah, it's very interesting. I'm still kind of interested on why Cameron didn't pick that Juggernaut emblem up. I think it was still available. But we're going into this round with Simi here, and it's like could be very interesting to see how we've not seen this comp in a while. It's 7 Noxus now, obviously strategist, which I believe is just ability buff, and then 2 Sharuma
It
actually.
doesn't necessarily look like it's working out though. Clarky
No.
is just
Oh
taking.
no! Yeah,
Oh,
Clarky has lost.
Clarky gets lost. This is where we saw in the last round, Stimmy just, for some reason, whenever it gets to around 20 health, he just starts to pick up wins left and right.
Okay. So yeah. Now that he's picking up wins, that Noxus bonus, I wouldn't be shocked. I think only first place, possibly, he doesn't have that bonus from. So it's gonna be, I think it's up to 7. Is it 70%?
I'm not too sure, but we've seen the last round, like,
Or 35,
he
I
could
think.
just, for some reason, like, whenever it gets to 21 health, that's just where Stevie just gets this buffing ability in playing, where he could just take down anyone, anytime. As we see, Stimmy and Psyduck going one-on-one, this pretty much would determine who's getting 3rd and 4th here, I'd reckon.
Yeah, I think this.
And there's
But
Psyduck going.
There's Psyduck
That's
going.
a guaranteed 3rd place for Stimmy, which is very good. Like, that's a 3rd, at least a 3rd, and a second place to their name, which could bunch people back in together unless Clarky can really take initiative and really take over this last couple of rounds, this last couple of combat sessions.
Yeah, I found that very interesting. I just saw Clarky Diddle just lose again. So it will be interesting to see what happens there. I'm interested to see what drops from this monster round.
I do think the thing here is, though, that Clarky is just in such a strong points position after winning 2 rounds already that getting another top 3 is just the nail in the coffin that he needs to clinch the win.
Yep.
As much as Wizzy's put up a great fight in this round and in the last one, Clarky's just played. We ignore round 2. Round 2 was a bit of a sort of a weird one, but these wins for Clarky have been pretty much top-notch TFT from what I've seen.
So I know he doesn't get any bonuses from Roxas or anything like that, but Clarky just got. I'm just gonna call him Pudge. He looks like Pudge from Dota. I know he's big. He's very big. He's very scary. He has the dive, and he's a 2-star legendary. Is just good in any capacity.
I mean, Stimmy's holding his own. It just gets that buff in the later rounds. Stimmy holding his own against the top place Wizzy. Wizzy goes down. And again, Stimmy keeping up with the win streak now. He's dragging those players into the chaos.
He's guaranteed to have max bonus now as well
and
from
now,
Noxus.
There's only 8 points of health between him and Clarky. It's coming down to the wire, really.
Yep.
Stimmy could steal yet another second place.
Maybe even that. He has beaten everyone on the board.
That's true. Again, the lost Wizzy, I wouldn't say has the best. I don't know their economy well, but I wouldn't say they have the best economy by the looks of things. Stimmy has a good chance of winning. Clarky also in a very positive position because of that long win streak he had. So we see Clarky now versus Stimmy. And this is looking like another positive round for Stimmy.
Yep.
Yeah, complete domination on the board. That's a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah.
And Clarky
is now on a win streak.
Stimmy's on a big win streak now. Clarky's on 11 HP. Clarky's on 1 last loss.
So it was Scion that Clarky, the big guy Clarky has at level 2. He's a legendary. He is a Noxus champion. So he's going to be absolutely disgusting damage-wise.
And you've got to think, if you're Wizzy, you've got at least 40-odd health points of a bit of a buffer, but you can lose to this player.
Yep.
Do you think that's necessarily going to impact them in how they're going to build their team going into these next rounds?
I think they're going to try and build their team to kind of counter the thing is, the Atriox that just appeared as well. I think there's a Tactician's Crown in the bottom corner, which is how the Sony units, but that level 2 Scion is a game-winning unit. If you can't get, your level 2 legendary unit, that's it. I don't think there's a way back. I legitimately think that
Clarky gets eliminated in third.
Clarky's eliminated.
So
I think Stimmy might win.
We go to the final carousel now. You've got to realistically be thinking, if you're Wizzy, yeah, I can win this game right here, but this player's beat me before. This could very easily be the comeback of a century.
And although they don't just have one legendary, they have 2 legendaries, and they now have 2 Atriox. If they get another Atriox, I think they're going for now. Another Scion. They will be able to have 2 level 2 or 2-star legendaries, on their board, which is really strong.
You've got to think that's an incredible bonus to have going into 6-5. There's been another long game from them. So Stimmy's playing the long game. This is what he's wanted to do this entire round. Get them to low SP, drag everyone into the chaos. And we see what could be the final round, but Wizzy, again, not dealing with Stimmy's build the best that could possibly be. This could be a really good combat from Stimmy.
I don't think they've got a lot of 3-star units. They've done what they can. And they have beaten Stimmy just.
The game's still on though. Stimmy's on 6 HP. This is Staffs versus Wales now. But
Yep.
there's just too much on the side of Wizzy to really like ignore this. 68 HP is a lot of damage you got to do. You got to at least win
Yeah, I
6
think
games in a row, which in the state we're in, we're 6-6. You're not getting another 6 games realistically. You might
Yeah.
get 1 or 2. You're not getting 6.
I think currently Simi's just like going around, just desperately selling off champions, desperately looking for that extra Atriox, or extra Scion, or another Mordekaiser.
They're playing that gamble.
They're
They need
playing
to
the
get it
gamble
here.
and they haven't got the gamble. So
No, this is looking like another Wizzy round.
yeah,
This is looking like, and yet another second place for Stimmy. It's a brilliant combat performance, but that's Wizzy taking round 4, and a third. That's every round going to Esports Wales, which, yeah, that's really impressive from them.
yeah, it's quite impressive. I think it's been quite impressive how many have gone to kind of different people though. I believe is how many
So
winners
2
have we
rounds for
had?
Clarky. I think Wizzy's got 1, and I'm not sure who got the second round. I don't quite remember that one.
Yeah, so
But either way, like, Clarky's got 3rd place, he's got 2 wins and a 5th. That should pretty much determine the placing right now for this tournament. I'm hoping
Yeah.
if production can tell us, like, the final standings, so we
or
can...
if we have a tiebreaker game, if there's not, we
we're
are
up-
going
we are
to a game 5.
Game 5. Clarky didn't quite get enough there.
So I
Would
believe
probably
it's-
Stimmy stole the tournament away from him.
I
And again,
believe that will be it. I
with-
think it was Stimmy level of
with multiple
third?
second places now for Stimmy, do you think he just needs that one last push to get him to that 1st place and potentially steal the entire win away from Clark, who's been the favourite for pretty much most of this tournament?
It's possible. I do think. I know that then. I think what it was Clarky needed 4 points gap to win
Yeah.
that round. To win the entire tournament on game 4, and that's obviously not happened. Was going to game 5.
We're going straight into
believe
game
we're
5
going
as well,
straight
so
into game 5. So
just setting up the lobby right now.
you
So
just-
round 5, who do you think takes? Who do you think takes it? Or do you think Clarky runs away with it? Or do you think we could maybe see a Stimmy comeback?
if we could ask production, kind of what place Clarky needs to be to win. I
mean-
think if Clarky needs to win, I think it could be it for anyone.
Realistically, though, Clarky's going to finish. You'd expect Clarky to finish top 4.
Oh, top 4. I
So-
think it's guaranteed top 4.
So, like, top 4 guarantees him the win. He only needed 4 points gap in the last round, and he finished in 3rd. So, if top 4 it guarantees him the win, if he steals that win, that's great. But Stimmy needs to make sure that Clarky's out there running early, and he can steal yet another higher rank and finish.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think we've seen people. TFT's not really a game where you build against one person most of the time, because the other 7 will punish you for it.
It's very much a case of, though, we've got 6 esports Wales players, we've also got 2 staff Judy players. Do you think Cameron and Stimmy can really band together to take down some of the esports Wales players early? And then go 1-on-1 in the final?
I possibly see a lot of people going for the university here. Not Staff's university or anything like
Yeah.
that. It's just the university. That makes sure the first augment is a prismatic augment, which are the most powerful ones. And we are going there. It's incredibly strong. We'll see this coming in now. Oh, well, we'll see it coming in. Sorry, we'll see this coming in on 2-1 when we actually get an augment. You'll see like the most powerful version of augments coming in, and those can change the game quite a bit. You can do stuff like just a tactician's crown. So yeah, it could be an interesting.
It's very interesting to see what's going to happen. There's a lot of tension around this right now. It's still a very close matchup, and yet again, like we could be here for another 40 minutes. These games have gone very long.
Yeah, these
Longer
games
than
have gone
a lot of usual ranked games.
really long for TFT.
So you've got to expect like these players are tired now.
Oh yeah, they're tired. I believe we got into this game immediately so that we
Yeah.
don't run over. They are tired. They just want to play one more game of TFT. I'll be interested to see. I think we're going to be seeing TFT currently. It's a lot. there's multiple times kind of strategies for leveling up. There's slow roll, which is basically where you don't buy XP until very late game. You just roll like normally if you're running a comp.
You try and hit that one unit that can really kickstart comp.
Yeah, it's mainly when there's like a comp, like a really good family or something like that, like of just 1 or 2 star units that you're going to use a 1 or 2 star carry. You need them at level 3.
It's like
You need them
realistically
maxed
here,
out.
like, Stimmy is starting to build a little Demacia pile. That's obviously one of the meta builds right now. That could work out in their favour.
Oh,
But they have
Void
favoured
Crown.
Voids and
Yep.
Noxuses and Juggernauts over Demacias right now.
And there is a Void Crown there for the taking. A
think
training
do you think
W with 3 emblems which cannot be removed.
I would have suggested, like, with the knowledge you've had of Void in this tournament, would that not have been the best route to go down?
Void's an interesting one. You could have gone for it, but I think multiple people have gone for Void. And if you've already got a lot of Demacia just for free, I can see why you'd just want to stay with the Demacia. But I can't actually see which one they took. I think it was the gold one. So stronger economy.
Again, strong economies. You've got multiple economies. You've got health, you've got AXP, you've got your gold. And so in the past 2 rounds, Stimmy has basically used his health to fuel his economy more.
Yep.
So basically, use the health and just farm that into gold to really build on the late game strategies. And we could be seeing that right here.
You can see Stimmy didn't actually buy XP for level 4. They've decided to stay at level 3 and like slow roll for a bit, which is unusual because currently fast 8, which is where you level up sort of like really aggressively, is very popular.
It's a little unusual, except if you're Stimmy, because he's been slow. He's been playing the slow game and the long game every round so far. It's working for him. 2 second place finishes in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah,
Really good chance if he's playing the same strategy again. Like if you're Clarky, if you're Wizzy, like can you stop this slow roll early? Like is
So
there any
interesting
way
to see
to
the Void
impact other
Crown
players?
was taken by, can't see, this is Vivian, who's currently in first. And you can see kind of the power of that Void Crown when he got the units. And I say they got the units, I don't think they have the units. That's 2 of the same unit. They do not have the Void little critter up. But yeah, I think Stimmy's like, it is a slow roll. Interesting to go for a slow roll this early. But
Especially for a Demacia build, every time I've seen is like
the
the
Master is
fast
normally fast 8.
Yeah.
However, they just didn't really get the units they wanted. So, and Demacia does have stuff like, I think it's Kayla?
Kyle, yeah.
Kyle, who is like,
Kyle's very good. You want to get that early.
and is also a 1-star unit. So I think they're going to be slow rolling till they get to at least a 2-star KLA, and then maybe leveling up then.
They do have a strong Sona already. Sona's one of the better Demacia units from my experience. I've obviously got a lot less experience than you, but from my experience whenever I played Demacia, Sona's pretty much carried.
So
you see, Stimmy is very much sort of... They'll tank the damage.
They'll tank damage, they're going on a losing streak.
Yeah.
To build up economy, I think.
We get into the economy now. They're also going to be picking first, so they've got a good choice of characters to pick.
Oh yes, of course, they're going to be picking first going into into the carousel, so to see what they pick. They picked... Who did they pick? I can't actually see.
That's not Demacia,
I don't think it is a Demacia unit.
That's a very interesting choice.
Could be for the item is really good.
Could be, yeah.
It is the bow. So that turns into Rage Blade. And you want Rage Blade.
Especially for the later game,
I
imagine.
Yeah, so you see, they can just straight put Rage Blade on now. On Kelly. There we go. I have a feeling they might not lose the next round.
No, they're in a very strong position now. Like, Demacia is a very... It's an interesting build. I wouldn't say, like... I would say it's necessarily strong in terms of raw strength, but it's strong in terms of pure strategy.
Oh yeah, you can build it into so many things. It's why it's so popular.
Incredibly versatile.
Yeah.
As we're coming into 2-5 now, Stimmy against Pedro. Pedro coming in, another late addition.
Yep.
Didn't necessarily have a strong first showing, but hoping that he can put on a good show in this final round.
Yes. So you see,
And as we're seeing, like,
slowly. Unfortunately, that kind of
Demacia is putting on a show.
putting on a show.
Sona can still take this, but it's not looking likely.
Yeah, they've not gotten
That's another loss from
They've
Stimmy.
not gone searching for units, so still got a lot of one-star, like low-cost units.
And these low-cost units just aren't going to help them really
So-
progress. But as we're seeing as well, obviously, like, Rex has had a bad time of things in the last few rounds. He's had a bad time
Yeah.
of things. He's bottom of the pack again. Clark is also at 78. Clark has been one of those players that has seemingly took the ball by the horns and gone, right, I'm getting win streaks after win streaks after win streaks. I'll be up at the top of the field from the moment we start and play from there. In this here is like he's on 78. Now that doesn't necessarily mean much in 2-6, but that's not where you'd expect him to be.
Yeah, we've moved over to Psyduck here, who, unlike Stewie, has taken a crown, the Invoker crown, when offered at the beginning of the game, and he's currently got 4 Evokers. And he's also about to... Oh no, has just won that round, and he's currently 100 health
100
on a win
HP,
streak
yeah.
with 25 gold.
So it's looking like he's going to play an Invoker X style
So basically,
build. What does that necessarily entail?
it's
We've not
basically
seen much of
ability
X style.
spam.
Ability spam.
You just gain the mana, way more mana as Invoker, so it's ability damage. You just want to gain mana all the time, use it all the time. Go fast.
Is it X-Tal Invoker necessarily a build comp you necessarily see on things like ranked or in tournaments? Is that necessarily a popular build?
Yeah, I think there is basically, it's got a good overlap between them, like in terms of units. And Ixal, it does basically, I think it's hexes that lower your like resistance.
Okay, that's good to hear. We're in the mob round now, so we're hoping the items that they get can really excel them going forward. We see Cameron nearing that. He's hit the 50 gold mark now, so we can really start to manage the economy a lot better. He's on a leader position, in a good start with a win streak as well. It's good to see from a staff's uni point of view.
So we can see Cameron debating the Infinity Edge. Interesting, onto the Kurada. Could have gone, though it's not so frequent now, the Jud Gauntlet, which makes it so abilities can crit. If you put the Infinity Edge on them as well, they're basically critting all the time for way more damage than usual. It's not... You can see a variant on it, actually. I think that is a physical base comp, where you just... And it actually looks like it might win. I think it's going to be close. There we go. Cameron wins again. But it's like they can go with that. I wonder if there was a couple set to go over, that being a big thing. Before kind of...
And unfortunately, yet again, that's another loss for Pedro. Every time they've been on this main feature, they've lost, which isn't a good thing necessarily. Doesn't necessarily give them the most first array of their showing. I do recognise the recombobulator though. I do not like that augment in the slightest, because in my little playtime I picked the recombobulator and it completely wiped out my strategy and I lost from there.
Recombobulator is a bit of a... I
gimmick.
need help now.
Yeah.
I am desperate. I see Cameron going for red buff there, which basically is percentage health damage.
Which is always a good thing to see. Like, if you deal percentage health damage rather than a flat rate, that can, from an RPG point of view, like that's so helpful in hard battles, especially against high health, like foes with high health. If you can deal percentages of damage rather than flat numbers, that's critical.
Yeah, we can see that with... Obviously, you got like Demacia, Saruma. We have got a Void Crown going around. not Void Crown, sorry, Void Emblem going around from the Void Crown augment. So
It's looking like Wizzy might
might
take this.
take this.
Wizzy's going to lose this. Cameron, yet again, continuing the win streak.
I think that was
And-
that percentage damage.
Our favourites from this game, Clarky, Stimmy, Wizzy, they're all in the bottom 4.
Oh yeah, Clarky
What is happening here?
not having a good day.
The win streaks. All right, we're not in 4s. We're not in the 4s yet. We're about to hit another carousel, but Clarky's
At 58.
got to be playing the slow game.
I'm
gotta
playing the slow
assume.
game, playing Piltover maybe? Or just didn't get good prismatic augment options. The crowns are some of the best, always. Just a free emblem for your chosen kind of family of units, basically. That's massive. It lets you get stuff earlier, and it means you can get bigger things. You can basically predetermine that you're going to be able to get those barons. Stuff
And-
like that.
Yeah, again, as we can see a Demacia comp. It's Stimmy. It's starting to build back up into this game now.
Yep.
Deals the first load of damage into Cameron. That's Cameron's first loss of this entire match.
Yep, only Vivian, who is the player playing Void
Yep.
that we saw earlier, is currently unbeaten,
Uh-huh.
which getting a Void emblem, basically 2-1,
Yeah.
probably is right.
Incredibly strong.
Incredibly strong. Would not be shocked if there
Void-
was a Rift Herald on their
Void
board
has
right
had a
now.
very good performance in this tournament so far. Like we've seen Void and Demacia kind of play hand in hand a little bit,
Yeah.
but again, it was other than that random Bilgewater comp. It's been pretty much the Void Demacia show ever since.
Which, to be honest, is most TFT games right now, Phil.
The
The
Bilgewater comp though was definitely sort of a
Bilgewater
great
shows
meta
up.
call.
Yeah, Bilgewater does show up. It is very strong. But Void, especially with those early emblems, we played a practice game. What was it, last week? I don't know if you were there for the. Were you casting the practice game that we played just to
I was
to
playing
test
it.
all the system
I was
out?
playing it.
And so you got
Yeah.
you saw I got the
Yeah.
Void emblem in that one, and we basically grabbed a bunch of random people and said, "Here's TFT."
Yeah.
Some of those people have never played TFT, and they're like, "Why do you have a several thousand HP thing that just runs at my units and instantly kills them?" It's like it's called Void.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Like, these are essentially demons. Like, they just
Yep.
run straight for you. We got another Void comp. What it looks
I mean,
like.
this is the Void comp.
The thing is, Cameron's still running on this X-Style Invoker lineup, and whilst it's showing early success, here's where it's starting to crumble a little bit. Like, there's a couple losses on the bounce now. Maybe the X-Style was not the best choice to
Wait,
start
who's
with.
that? Whose army was that? Oh,
Uh,
someone that's Vivian, who was
yeah,
away. They DC'd and still won. I was
It's
going to say,
incredibly strong
there's
showing from them. They're unbeaten in this
Unbeaten.
match so far, which we're about to head into 3-6 now. If you can go unbeaten into 4, that's kind of impressive on its own. Like, even if it doesn't necessarily net you the win, getting that many wins on a bounce is still pretty impressive.
So thing is, I would not be shocked if Vivian got to like late game, especially with that kind of comp. Like they've got a lot of 2-star Void units already, which will be buffing the Rift Herald they currently have, which is the big thing that just rams you.
Well-
I would not be shocked if they were like hitting level 8 before they saw losses at this rate.
And now we're seeing Rex having surprisingly a better showing against Cameron. Rex about to get another win here.
Yep,
Cameron's on a loss streak.
Cameron is on the loss streak.
This is...
I think
You can start to say this is a little concerning as we're about to head into the 4s.
Yeah.
We've got a mob round, so maybe the item they get
Oh,
from these
there we go,
could
6
boost
evokers,
this. So 6 Evokers, 3 X-Style.
which
I'm
should
still
help.
not convinced on the X-Style. I'll be honest.
So the thing is, there's 7 units on the field, and 6. Well, one of them's got an emblem. 5 of them have to be evokers. So I think it's more of a might as well just basically with the emblem, able to get the X-Style bonus that you almost already had, and it's better than all the others right now.
As we move back to Stimway, he's still pretty much going with the meta Demacia Slayer build. That's It's different from what he's been showing. He's been showing typically void heavy lineups. He's been showing a long game, which again they are bottom of the pile. They're on 45, but
they have 60 gold.
As we've seen, they hit about 25, and then they just go on win streak after win streak after win streak.
They are also at level 5,
which is a little concerning.
41 gold. Mind you, I think they've decided to build up the lower cost Demesia units, and they're just looking. You see, they need 2 Kales to get a level 3 Kale.
The concern here is though that they're going to be heading to the carousel soon, and they're only going to be on like a low level 6, I'd assume.
They still get to pick all the units though.
They'll still get to pick all the units, but low level 6 at 4-4, not necessarily all that great. You'd want to be around 7, or around like high 6-7 mark, or at least pushing 8.
You would, but
and there's a level up immediately.
Level up, well, it's, I'm interested. Level up's an interesting one because it's the thing is you can go Aurelion Soul, and I don't think Aurelion Soul has the inherent. I think Aurelion Soul does have the inherent ability to let you level up to 10. I can't actually remember now if that's a thing. 2 tomes. Oh wow!
This is an incredible pull.
Except for the fact that
none of these emblems help, but
none of them help. Hey, you can get 20 extra armor, and was that a Vanquisher emblem?
That looked like another Demacia emblem.
Oh no, it's a Demacia emblem. Okay, that's big
incredible.
Grab. That's a big grab. The Juggernaut emblem just kind of gonna sit there.
Yeah. That's just gonna be pretty much there for the rest of the game. I don't expect anyone to use the Juggernaut.
Mordekaiser's a Slayer.
Yeah.
There might be a Demacia Juggernaut that you can pair that up with and get a little bit of a Juggernaut bonus. But it's like the opportunity cost because you've only got so many spaces on the field.
With this high level of Demacia play though, here's where you're going to see Sona really start to clutch up. But again, Stimuli takes even more damage. Maybe you're going for that 25 HP buff.
I think that was the static shiv.
Yeah.
Interesting, like, still saving, not going to level 7 on 65 gold.
I would say save metas are something we usually expect in something like CS rather than TFT, you'd expect.
It has been a thing in TFT that you like just save up a ton of gold, especially when it's currently in the limited time mode. There used to be a thing in the main game where round now, instead of going for the carousel, you would get 5 items pop up, you can pay a gold to refresh it, and then buy the items. Gold, radiant items, the lot. And it was incredibly powerful. I think it was the Dragon's Trove at that time, and that became a trait at one point, and it's now in the limited time mode. Now that that's been removed, you don't see it as much.
We are approaching... we've just finished the last combat session until the 4-4 carousel. Do you think Stimmy's maybe took this time of like, okay, I'm on 26 HP, this is where I typically start to really boost myself. I'm going to take this carousel opportunity, pick first, to really boost my chances of making this Demacia Slayer thing, this Demacia Slayer comp work, because whilst it's worked for everyone else, it's seemingly not working here.
Mordecai, Atriox, sorry, is there, so that's a big
Atriox
grab.
is a big help.
Big help. Also, I see Vivian has lost. I blink. We actually, for a brief second, saw
that's their first loss of the game.
Void Herald die.
Again, get to 4-4 with only 1 loss. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A lot of our players, like, again, all the favourites are in the bottom 4, except for Rex.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
And Clarky's currently on the Clarky required.
Yeah, the mandatory win streak.
The mandatory win streak.
That.
I presume that's tied at 4-1.
They've also got a Mordekaiser, which I assume is very helpful for what their build's going to be. They've got a level 7. So this is where you could probably expect to see Clarky to rise back up the ranks and
as I mentioned, the
take
Juggernaut
control
emblem.
of this game.
The Juggernaut emblem coming into play there on the Mordekaiser. Now that the Atriox, which is a Juggernaut, is in play.
So we've got the boost for the Juggernauts. We've got 4 Slayers, 6 Demacias. This is a well-rounded team from Stimmy. Like, again, could be that mental buff, right?
Yeah.
The rope-a-dope strategy.
The rope-a-dope strategy.
Like,
so you're actually going against the Void team here, and getting that Rift Held, it's not. It's basically when you get like your level ups, it does scale a bit, but it doesn't scale super hard.
Vivian now, that's another loss to them. That's another loss to the name.
That's another loss. We should probably point out with the void creature, you can't put items on it.
No.
Like its only way of getting buffed by becoming something bigger
So
is to get star
sonar.
ups.
We see them getting another sonar. They're really going to go hard into this Demacia build.
Yep.
It's too late to change, realistically.
Oh yeah.
We are coming into the late game. Rex is already, unfortunately, out. So, again, Stimmy's playing on that knife's edge. 26 HP, that's 2 losses.
Thinking of using that champion duplicator to get that level 3 Kale, which I'm interested that they haven't used it. They only have a 19% chance of getting a common champion now. As you level up, you can only have 100% total.
Scales up for the level.
So it scales up. So now it's rarer and rarer that they're going to get that 1 star. I would expect them to probably go for duplicating. Kale.
You might be able to find that Atriox. You might be able to hit that 1% hit the Atriox, get a 2-star Atriox.
Oh, the less champion duplicate only works up to tier 3. It's not the big one. There we go, losing it again to.
But that's not a lot
Clark.
of damage being dealt, though. 6 HP, 20 HP, you can realistically say, I've got 2 more in me.
Yeah.
Clarky, though, still hitting that win streak.
Still third.
Realistically, the 3rd place, that's going to give him the win here. Surely.
Surely.
Vivian keeps losing games. They're back on 72 now. That's
They
a couple
lost
in a row.
like badly
That's
then.
quite a number of rounds. Clarky now has a 3-star cast.
I don't think they lost like a massive amount of rounds. I think they just lost really hard.
Yeah. So as we've mentioned before, on the Haia platform, you can view each individual player's different channels. You can see their individual perspectives and hear what they think of the current game state, should they be talking. And yeah, let's see where we go from here. Pedro finally getting a win on stream. It was the mob round, but he finally got a win on feature.
Yep.
Sweet, another Sona being picked up. Psyduck has hit level. Cameron's hit level 9. Level 9
Level
on 5.
9?
Level 9 on 5-1. Is that
That's
necessarily
not
a strong position to be in?
That is very strong as long as you don't need low cost units.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strong position. Chances are, Cameron pit level up.
There's a good
Otherwise, that is cap. To my knowledge, they won't be going to level 10. So interesting if we could get.
So we'll see, can Pedro take a round on feature? It's not happened as of yet, other than the mob round, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen on this round either. It's a dominant performance from Stiddy, and there's the 20 HP buff we're talking about.
The 20 HP buff.
Pedro takes yet another loss on feature. He's dragged into the sort of realm of indecisiveness. They're on a knife's edge now. It's about 3 players on around 25 HP, and they're going to struggle.
Yep. Yeah, they're going to struggle this time when like Pedro's losing at the wrong time.
Which is on feature. You never want to lose on feature.
Never want to lose on feature. But like, especially like now you're seeing with Stewie like the turnaround where
you want to be hitting a win streak now.
You want to hit that win streak if you're on a low general.
Which is where Clarky's really stood out in this tournament. He hits win streaks at the 4s and then doesn't lose them.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting one because I don't think anyone's in a position where they want to go on a lose streak now. The amount of health you lose, I think, I want to say it works similarly to other auto chess games like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, shows it really well. But I think it is based on the star. I think in TFT it's based on the star and upgrade level of the champions that are alive when you lose.
That's another solid win there from Stimmy. He's got the build pretty much to his liking. Pedro on a knife's edge is on 7 HP now, but he's just picked up a 2-star Fiora.
He really wants that 7th Demacia unit. That's a big buff. Definitely, I want to say at this point, it's probably gotten all the wins for that full buff from Demacia.
We are at this point now, though. Like, this is where you're going to see players dropping off. We're in the 5s.
Oh, hang on. I said Demacia like it was Noxus.
we're in, let's say, the late game now. Everyone's going to start losing games a bit more.
I think we just
gonna
popped round to Cameron and saw that they're on max Evoker. I mean, they have 8 Evokers.
Yeah, the X'd out Evoker strategy somehow has worked. We've not seen that pretty much at all during this tournament, and yet Cameron's making it work. He's striving at 3rd place.
Just
Stevie's on
absolutely
2 HP.
demolishes Stewie.
That's a loss. That's not what you want to see right now. Heading into the carousel, but again,
Just those
Your first
constant
pick.
abilities.
your first pick of this carousel. So
Oh yeah.
realistically, you want to be seeing a high-level Demacia play. You want to be seeing an Atra.
You want to see a Demacia unit you don't have more than anything for that buff. It's going to be
At this point, I
interesting to
don't
see
think
what they go
items are
for.
going to be necessarily what helps here. Stimmy's got a bit of indecisiveness. It's
That,
the
go,
item.
that was a void unit.
It's the void. I'm guessing it's for the item.
I think it's for the item. The item is good. It's one of the new ones. It is for ability damage. Like basically magic focused unit. So I would imagine it might go on the Sona.
But as we're seeing now, like, it's becoming a bit of a rout now. Clarky in first position. He's dominating the standings now. This is looking like it's a Clarky victory so far. We do have more rounds to play, though.
Yep.
Could we be jinxing this in favour of Staff's Uni?
Yep.
Wiz is still in this. They're on a low HP, but they're still in this.
Yeah, they're still in. Well, I say still in this. Cameron is second.
Vivian has lost a lot of rounds.
I think the Void. Honestly, I wonder if they've not been able to get. If you're watching on Haia Recording, not been able to get Baron.
And now we're seeing Clarky just rip and tear through.
That's a
Stimmy's
fully buffed
defences, and
Noxus.
that's Stimmy out of the round.
Out of the round.
We couldn't see the comeback. We couldn't see the rope-a-dope. Clarky dominated. The win streak has been there since, I want to say 4-1 again. As those who've been watching Clarky's view on the Haia platform, in his channel, would know if that's true or not. But again, it's been the mandatory win streak we've been seeing from Clarky. Psyduck also has a win streak as well. That's going to be good going into 5-6.
Yep. You've seen Cameron, maxed out Evoker, which is basically now abilities all the time, please.
They've moved over to an Ionia and a Wanderer thing as well.
Yeah, they
necessarily
put
just
an
the
Ionia.
Wanderer bows.
I think there are just there's at least a couple Ionias that are like also Evokers, and it does fit quite well. Because at this point, so a couple of Cameron's units on the back, you'll see, are casting their abilities more than their basic attack.
So it's yet another win for Psyduck. And do you necessarily think it's the Wanderer that's posing this threat? Like, there's only one on the board. There's only one available. Is the Wanderer really posing too much of a threat? Clarky
I'm gonna
finally gets a loss.
So that's legendary. I think it's the I don't know. I can't remember their name. Honestly, I think it's more the 3 jeweled gauntlets and that Ari with the. I do not know my league items. It's basically a giant magic, just an AP buff. That hat on an Ari who is going to just be. I mean, you can see the mana bar. Like
realistically, it's going to be our last.
Every other attack is an ability now. You see at 3,000 damage. Is that an Aurelia in the bottom left
like,
with two?
There's one of these items necessarily going to pose for Cameron. Cameron's
Go
leading
for
the way.
Go for another jeweled
He's in the
gauntlet.
way. There's a couple people.
Two
one
jeweled.
last Wizzy, Pedro, and Slayer John all on the knife's edge. But again, Clarky's just there. He's always there. He's lost a round. Bear in mind the win streak is finally over. It's going to be realistically, it's going to be between Psyduck and Clarky, right?
Oh,
Who
Psyduck.
do you take from here?
They just got another jeweled gauntlet. Put it on Ari. So now Ari is casting her ability every other attack, and also probably critting on at least one of the two.
So from this position, before we get into what can conceivably be the last couple of rounds, who do you think is taking the entire game?
Oh, currently Psyduck.
Currently Psyduck.
That backline is disgusting. Like straight up, Wanderer is like able to keep everything back with the zone there and just wail on it.
The Aatrox coming back, but that's going to be it.
Well, I believe that was Vivian.
That's going to be it for Pedro. That's going to be for
sorry.
Wizzy and Slayer John. So it's a one-on-one. We're in the final few rounds now.
1-on-1. You can see Psyduck didn't get level up, so they can't go to level 10 and get that like 10th bonus unit.
Which is probably fine. Realistically,
Oh,
level
yeah.
9 is fine. You're going to get that. You're going to be wanting to get a couple more Aeonias now. You're going to be trying to get some level ups, more than likely. Some rank ups for the units.
Oh no, Ionia, it would be an Ixtal, because that's the only, or like, I don't know, a Sharuma maybe? Like,
That's the Shen there. They found 2 Shens. But
got
they can't
2 Shens.
afford the Shens.
Can't afford the Shens. Wanderer Evoker, so another Shen.
Let's see, 1v1 battle
Yeah,
now.
Shen's little like
It's
bubble
this
that just lets you wail
disgusting-
on them is amazing.
It's this disgusting back row that's completely taken over. Psyduck in a dominating position, you'd expect. 16 left on Clarky.
So
Are we cursing Cameron?
So
Do we
I
think
don't
he
think
throws?
that came up on the. That was Cameron laughing.
Yeah.
Actually, laughing, cackling. I don't know if what's going on back there. I think that's just how disgustingly
So,
overpowered this
He dealt
is.
roughly 19 damage there. Clarky's left on 16 points of damage.
Cameron's
Do you
run.
really think
It's
Cameron
GG.
throws this? It's
I
it can
think it's
happen.
unless Cameron sells all of their units before the round started. No.
So we're looking at this being the final round, do you think?
Oh yeah, easy.
As we see, again, this disgusting background seals up the hexagon. Octagon? Yeah.
It's a hexagon.
It's a hexagon. There
There we go. Bye bye,
Maths.
GG.
That's looking like game. Psyduck takes the match. But realistically, though, Clarky's took the tournament.
Do
Second
we
place.
need confirmation of
We
that?
do need confirmation, but
I
again,
think Clarky has
Clarky
got
just
the
needed a
tournament.
good result in round 4.
Yeah,
It was
that's
only a
fa-
couple points gap he needed in round 4 to get a second place finish after 2 wins and a 5th. You've got to expect to see like that's a Clarky win in the bag, right?
I would say I think Clarky has won. If we can get confirmation from production of who's won,
We just wait for standard.
we're just waiting for the standings now. So once we get the standings in, but yeah, that was a dominant victory
It
from
was a
Psyduck.
disgusting performance from Cameron. The back row just annihilated everyone. Like this is what you can see. When we saw the X-Time Invoker thing, we weren't the most confident on it. But then he built it up a little bit, built the Invokers, added a bit of an Ionia package to it, add the was it Vanquisher or was the Wanderer?
It was Wanderer.
Wanderer.
That's the rise.
And
That's the hexagon.
That completely just took over the game.
So I believe we got standings coming in a little bit, but yeah, that evoker, it takes a little bit because the actual trait doesn't really give you damage. It just lets you just
Bit
spam
of a slow
abilities.
burn to
Ju-
it.
So much ability damage, and like I think there was 4 jeweled gauntlets, and they were stacked on
But
2.
It was impressive play from Cameron. He's been impressive during this entire tournament because, again, as we mentioned a few times, he's been a late standard. We've finally got the standards right now, and as we've been saying for the past couple of rounds now, Clarky takes the win in first place. Namjibot comes in second, and Cameron comes in third. Respectable performance there from Cameron because it's not correct. Not correct.
That's
Okay.
not correct. So we've been given the wrong standings.
No,
We'll
that's
give
fine.
a second. They've not come through just yet.
But
We'll
even
look at the
still,
other ones.
as I was saying, like it's an impressive performance from Psyduck because
Oh yeah.
they weren't expecting to be anywhere close to winning these games,
Oh yeah.
and yet they took a win. They've got a second place. They've got a couple of like mid positioning, 4th, 5ths. Solid performance from the Stash Uni guys, I have to say.
Yeah, it was really solid performance. I don't think I think both of them were last minute. I know Cameron was a last minute pickup, asked to play. This was really well. Something that kind of wasn't any prep work or anything like that.
There was minimal prep work for the actual gameplay, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Against Stimmy as well, like those 2 games in round 3 and 4 where they come back from the dead. There was reason to believe it was going to happen in round 5 as well.
Oh yeah.
Because, again, like, for some reason during round 3 and 4, Stimmy just decided, I've hit 20 HP. Let's just win the rounds now. Let's just win everything.
Oh yeah.
Until the final round where they just met up with Clarky. Like, Clarky just decided to go pretty much every game. They hit the 4-1 and said, I'm winning from here on out.
Oh yeah, that's Clarky just decides to turn on at
It's
4-1 for some
consistency.
reason. Really consistent.
It was hyper consistent, and that's why we're expecting them to be at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we're just
Okay. And we have the final standards right now. Right, in 8th position, it's Rex. They didn't have the best game. 7th, Kesley. Didn't see too much from Kesley. There wasn't on feature much. 6th from Vivian. They performed well. They performed amicably, but that last round, they was in the lead for so long in that last round.
Oh yeah.
They could have easily boosted their standards. 5th goes to Slayer John. There was again in the mid rounds inconsistency. 4th goes to Stimmy. Really could have been higher if that last round, if that last round wasn't so sort of anticlimactic from them, they really could have made a push for that 3rd place. Psyduck comes in 3rd. Really amicable performance from them. They light standing, really good performance.
Right.
Namjibot comes in 2nd, and finally Clarky Josh. Just the most consistent performance of the day. Multiple win streaks. Had 3 wins.
I want to say it was 2 wins.
2 wins, yeah, at least 2 wins, which again is good enough.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple top 3 finishes. It's a really impressive performance from the Esports WoW's team.
Oh yeah, really impressive. Yeah, Clarky especially is dominant. Like, when it's round 4, not because of the actual icon,
But because you can see the
text
win
telling
streak,
you,
yeah.
but because you can see the win streak icon show up.
And you got to hope, with set 10 coming up, that gives Clarky the momentum he needs to really progress in TFT. I'm not sure how much they play it, or how much they compete in it, but if they're fully competitive TFT players, that's a really good sign for their future going forward. But as we can see, that's the end of the tournament now. We thank you to Haia Esports Challenge and to Association Wales. With association with Esports Wales, we thank you for all participating. We thank you all for watching, and goodbye.
Yep, goodbye from us. Hope you enjoyed.